From AMF All Star Lanes in Kenner, it's the Greater New Orleans Prep Bowling League playoffs commencing this afternoon. I'm Ken Trahan along with Lenny Van Gilder as we welcome you to our playoff schedule here today. We'll try to keep an eye on pretty much everything that's taking place while focusing on a couple of matches at a time. So nice that you could join us. Of course, we are privileged to cover prep bowling all year long, and it culminates with our coverage here today with this particular playoff. And of course, there are playoffs going on around Louisiana, in the Bayou area, Baton Rouge area, North Louisiana, also in Southwest Louisiana. So a lot of playoffs that ultimately will lead to the state championship, which will take place in Lafayette in a few weeks hence. The regional is next week in Baton Rouge, and the teams that participate in that will be determined here today. Lenny Van Gilder joining me. We got the righty and the lefty, so we got it covered pretty well. Lenny, it's a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
It's good to do this again. Of course, last year when we did this, we focused primarily on one match, Ken. And this year with the playoffs going on, we're going to give you kind of wall-to-wall coverage throughout the house. We'll be focused on one match per session, but there will be other matches going on simultaneously. In fact, we're practice balls right now underway. The 1 o'clock session getting started a little bit late because they got underway a little bit late with the session before we came on air here today. And you're going to be watching 2 girls semifinals and 3 boys first-round matches over the course of this early session, and then a little bit later we'll have some of the other boys' action. But our primary camera focused on one of the girls' matches here today between Archbishop Chappelle and Cabrini. The winner of this match advances to the state, or the bi-regional, which leads into, of course, the state Final Four. There's another girls' match going on a few lanes down between Bonnable and Academy of Our Lady, or I should say Chalmette and Academy of Our Lady. Chalmette came back and won their first-round match against Bonnable, and that will also send that winner into the state bi-regional as well. These boys' matches will follow here early on are all first-round matches. They will feed in to bowl matches at 3:15, and there'll be 4 winners from those matches that will advance to the bi-regional next week.
So again, the winners of the girls' matches here advance. The losers will bowl coming up in the next round here this afternoon to determine who advances, with 3 girls' teams moving on and 4 boys' teams. It should be mentioned that, as you already alluded to, there were matches that took place earlier today, and on the girls' side, Chalmette defeated Bonnable in a pretty well-contested match to advance, and Cabrini was also victorious in advancing, which was no surprise because on the girls' side of things, there were clearly 3 teams that separated themselves from the pack. As we look at the brackets, it tells you pretty much everything that's taken place. Holy Rosary, of course, being part of it. You see Academy of Our Lady, the number 1 seed, Chappelle, the 2 seed, and Cabrini, the 3 seed, clearly separated themselves during the course of the year, and no doubt they are the favorites to advance.
Indeed. AOL 11-1 during the regular season. Chappelle was 10-2. Cabrini was 9-3. And then you go down to Chalmette, the 4th place team was 6-6. There clearly that line of delineation, 1, 2, 3 there. And as you mentioned, the winners will advance out of these matches. The 2 losers will come back and bowl at 3:15. And one thing to consider there, Ken, unless AOL happens to be a loser here, okay, you're looking at 2 teams that are going to come back and bowl their 3rd match of the day. And that's a little unusual for these girls to have to do that. Some of these girls will be bowling 9 games to try and get their teams through to the bi-regional. The losers of these 2 matches that we're getting ready to see here will have to come back and bowl at 3:15.
Yeah, it's kind of like pitching in 2 different games in the same day. From a baseball perspective, obviously it's difficult. When you look at the girls' side of things, there are some bowlers that clearly stand out. The top average bowler in the league was Alana Degree of Bonnable, who's a freshman left-hander who averaged over 170, I think 173, 171 on the year to top this league. And she is part of the singles advancers that are already moving forward. No doubt she's going to make it out of that and get to Baton Rouge next week based upon what we've seen all year long. She was the best bowler in this league, but there are other very good bowlers as well. We'll be watching a few of them here this afternoon. First of all, for Academy of Our Lady, the number 1 seed, Danielle Poussard, has been outstanding all year long. She averages 169. Archbishop Chappelle, led by their anchor person, a left-hander Jessica Ladd, who averages 164. Cabrini with another star bowler from a year ago, returning Ariana Williams at 164. Salman has a very good bowler, and Allison Defis that is at 169 on the year. So those are the best bowlers. And the way the format works is you have 6 bowlers on each team. They bowl match play. So in other words, the number 1 bowler, who's the lowest average bowler, bowls against the number 1 bowler for the opposite team, and so forth, progressing to number 6, which is the best bowler on each team, or if you will, in bowling terminology, the anchor person, and those are the best. So, Lenny, I really like the match game format. You get 6 points in a game as a result of the 6 matches, and you get the 3 bonus points, looking at the format as well, for total pins in a particular game. And at the end of the 3 games, there are 3 more bonus points to be awarded for total pins.
Yeah, basically the magic number you see there at the bottom of your screen is 14. That's what you need to win. And it's what you're trying to get to. And look, if you can, the way it works out with 8 per game and in 3 for total, in a match that one team will dominate, you can have the match wrapped up going into the 3rd game, and you'll see teams substitute liberally as a result, get some of their younger, less experienced players a chance to get in there in the 3rd game, not unlike what you'd see in football or in basketball or in baseball when teams get way ahead. But in this case, it's over. You've got it won. That is the difference there. And I like the concept of bowling head-to-head in that you're bowling across from that person ahead of you. You focus on that 1 point. Obviously, even when you got the match won, you're trying to get all the total pins you can get because the team total pins matter. The Chalmette Bonnable match that happened earlier was an 8.5, 7.5 match, and you can have ties, obviously. It was 8.5, 7.5 going into the 3rd game. Total pins were virtually even, so it basically came down to what the total pins were going to be in the final match because you had the 2 points for the team total in the game. You had the 3 points for team total in the match. The 5 points were going to basically decide that, and that's exactly what happened. Chalmette won going away, and it ended up, the final was 18.5, 9.5. But that's the thing about, or I should say 17.5, 9.5. That's the thing about bowling, in that you can have a score like that, and you think, it was a blowout kind of match, and it really wasn't. It in fact was actually a match that was very competitive down to the very end, and kudos to Chalmette for coming through in the 3rd game to be able to win that one.
Of course, here at AMF All Star Lanes in Kenner, it's the largest house or the largest bowling center by far in the metropolitan area. At 64 lanes, we're bowling on the lower end of the house, and that in itself is interesting because these bowlers throughout the course of league play this year bowled on the high end of this bowling center. Now, this is not the only bowling center that the New Orleans Area Prep League bowled in. In fact, they bowled across the horizon, including some matches at Tangy Lanes in Hammond, also at Bowling USA in Slidell, West Side Bowl over in Harvey, and, of course, here at AMF All Star Lanes, and then Colonial Lanes in Harahan, too. So what happens in the Prep League, unlike when I bowled back in the day in this league, is that the home team gets to select its home facility. And in the case of some, they elect to stay close to home, and that makes sense.
Right, and you can understand that, but at the same time, it does give you, in essence, a home lanes advantage where you're going to be bowling. But a lot of teams use AMF as their home facility, so more matches are bowled here than anywhere else. On a given Monday or Thursday during the regular season, you'll see 5 and 6 matches going on simultaneously, much like we're looking at now. We'll be focused on lanes 13 to 16, although there are matches going on to our right all the way down to lane 32. When we come back later on for the final session at about 3:15, we'll have matches going from lanes 1 to 20. So we'll see 5 matches going on simultaneously. We're going to do our best to keep you up to date on everything's going on. Practice is now completed. We are about to get underway with the second round of matches.
Looking forward to it, too. And from a bowler's perspective, it should be noted that of all the bowling centers we spoke of that the Prep League conducts matches at, this is the highest scoring house of the bunch here in Kenner. So by and large, the scores are slightly, and I say slightly higher here. You have good scores at Colonial as well in Harahan, which is Brother Martin's home facility. And we'll get to their story a little bit later on. But in addition to that, the lowest scoring one of the bunch would be Westside Bowl, which is a new center, and conditions are a little bit tougher. over there. So I guess the point is that sometimes averages can be very revealing, sometimes maybe a little bit skewed based upon where teams elect to bowl. Academy of Our Lady, for instance, being the number 1 seed on the girls' side, they bowl at Westside Bowl.
Exactly, which is their campus located right next to Shaw's campus. They're just a stone's throw away from Westside Bowl, and that's deceiving. It's not unlike what you see in baseball. You see some teams will hit for more power because their home ballpark is a little bit smaller. So you have differentiations, and I think that's good for bowling.
And of course, matches other than the one that we're immediately covering are underway. So they're going on all around us, and we'll try to keep you posted on everything that's going on to the best of our ability. Right next to us, we have a boys' match taking place between Holy Rosary and Pearl River. And Salmen and St. Augustine are also getting after it right now. Lenny mentioned the girls' matches a little while ago. Jesuit is bowling Bonnable, so we'll keep you posted on all the matches. And we are now underway here between Cabrini and Archbishop Chappelle. They bowled each other during the regular year twice, both very contested matches. Chappelle emerging victorious to earn the number 2 seed, and thus they didn't have to bowl in the first match. Let's set the lineups for you. First of all, for the Cabrini Crescents, the leadoff bowler is Katie Heller. Jaya Jensen bowls in the second spot. Tori Lusher in the third spot. Kayla Gallagher is the fourth bowler. Tori Montalbano bowls fifth, and the cleanup bowler, or the anchor person, is Ariana Williams. Top 3 bowlers will be bowling on lanes 13 and 14, and the 3 highest average bowlers on lanes 15 and 16. For Archbishop Chappelle, Mary Hamilton, the leadoff player. Kelly Mejia is in the second. Isabel Saleth is third. Sarah Ruby is fourth, with Bailey Hemel fifth, and Jessica Ladd in the sixth spot. And we talked about averages. Certainly Ladd and Williams are the top players, but having watched these teams bowl quite a bit, Sarah Ruby, Bailey Hemel, both extremely capable of putting up scores. For Chappelle and for Cabrini, realistically on a given day, even the third hole bowler, Tori Lusher, can shoot a big score. But Tori Montalbano is also solid, so those are some players to watch, and we'll pick out some of the shots that take place.
Right, and the thing to keep in mind, Ken, as you look at bowling, and I'm sure we've got some people watching high school bowling for the first time here today, whether they're here at AMF or watching us live on SportsNOLA.com, is the depth of your lineup is important. That really goes a long way in terms of how your team competes. So it's not just about the highest average bowlers. If you've got a third or a fourth highest average bowler that's better than the matchup that you have going across from you, remember, every one of those matches counts as 1 point. So it doesn't matter whether it's coming at the number 1 spot or the number 6 spot. That matchup is worth 1 point. It's not unlike in other high school sports like a cross country or a golf or a tennis, where the depth of your lineup goes a long way in determining how successful you're going to be as a team. And obviously on the girls' side, the 3 high seeds are the 3 deepest teams. The other schools have some good talent, as we see.
Isabel Soleil just struck for Chappelle in the third spot, which drew the applause of those watching.
And so that's where you're going to see some of these matches decided, just in the sheer depth of the lineup and their ability to win in the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. Just by everybody's got one good bowler. Some have 2, some have 3. But it's the ones, and we'll talk about it more when we get later in the day about Brother Martin's depth, and that their 6th best bowler is a 190 average bowler, and that depth is what enables them to put the kind of run that they've been able to put together for the last 3 years.
That's through one frame on the high pair here for the higher average bowlers. It's about even, as you have 1 mark out of the 3 bowlers on that pair. And on the opposite pair as we speak, Chappelle with a slight edge early on with a couple of marks, whereas Cabrini through 1 frame has 1 mark, as Tori Lusher just made the 10 pin. So that gives you an early perspective. And the reason that this format works extremely well is that it covers all boundaries. First of all, match play is great. It's exciting. It's woman to woman in this case, or man to man in the boys' case. So you get a point for winning the match. But what's important is, even if you don't win your match, total pins matter. So say, for instance, that you're the anchor person and somebody shoots 250 against you. If you shoot 220, 230, it's going to go a long way toward determining total pins down the road. So clearly, this format, to me, is an outstanding format. I would not change it.
No, the only thing that you see in some other places in team bowling, I do like the concept of incorporating Baker matches in, which
explain that.
It's basically it works from a 5-man team where you use 5 bowlers and you're bowling one game. One bowler bowls the first and 6th frames, one bowls the 2nd and 7th, on down the line, and then your best bowler, your anchor bowler, would bowl the 5th and the 10th frame. So if you get up in the 10th frame with a chance to need to throw 2 strikes or have throwing multiple shots in the 10th frame, you have your best bowler being able to do it. So I like the concept of being able to incorporate both. That's a lot of what is done on the college level, where you're bowling games like this, maybe not the match play style, but at least you're bowling 5 bowlers, each bowling a game, but you also have the Baker concept worked in there as well.
Bowling next to us on the boys competition at Holy Rosary and Pearl River, and they have 2 of the better players that you'll find in Louisiana. Christian Kelch for Pearl River, the Rebels, outstanding player. And on the Holy Rosary side, Alex Dupuy, who's been a great story now for a few years that we've documented at SportsNOLA.com, overcoming cancer, and not only overcoming it, but remaining an outstanding bowler. And by the way, he's bowled better and better over the last 3 or 4 weeks, really raised his average about 7 or 8 pins.
Yep, and as you mentioned, it's a terrific story, and he's off to a good start. In fact, both of them are off to both Kelch and Dupuy with 3 strikes to start their matches over on lanes 19 and 20. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one as well. A lot of good bowling going on, and you were about to, I believe, mention the story of the young man anchoring the St. Augustine team.
Yes, I was. How'd you know that?
I just
Since he's off to a triple as well. That's Jordan Hunter, who shot an 8.03 earlier this year. A marvelous performance, and had a 300 game as part of it, which we detailed at SportsNOLA.com. He's a terrific player, a really fine young man, and from the standpoint of improvement, off the charts in a year's time.
Yeah, he was a 130 average bowler a year ago, and this year averaged 217. You don't see that kind of improvement in bowling. That is really uncanny, and it's great. It's great to see that kind of performance, and we will certainly keep an eye on what Jordan is doing down on lanes 23 and 24 as well.
Solid 2nd frame for Archbishop Chappelle on the high side. Bowlers 4 through 6 taking a little bit of advantage of some misses by Cabrini, and they as the early returns are in, Chappelle has the lead on the high pair, and on the lower pair, Chappelle with a slight lead as well. So they're off to the lead. They won both matches in the regular year. Both were close, I might add. It was very competitive, but Chappelle, in its first year bowling in this league, having a lot of success, and there's a story there to be told as well. You would not think that a team bowling for the first time would have this much success, but clearly there were bowlers in school. They wanted to do this. Frank Ruby and company have done a good job with putting this team on the lanes, and they bowled extremely well.
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned about the depth, they've got 3 bowlers averaging 150, and that is big on the girls' side if you can have that kind of depth. Obviously the only one that rivals them is Academy of Our Lady, and in reality, their depth is deeper into the lineup. They've only got one 150 average bowler in Poussard, but they've got 5 other bowlers averaging between 133 and 142, and that depth over to the left-hand pair as you look at a match, the 1, 2, and 3 spots in your lineup, that goes a long way, and that's what enables AOL to have the success that they have.
No doubt that's a big part of what's happening here. And by the way, both Kelch and Dupuy have thrown 4 in a row to start bowling here on the boys' side. Kelch for Pearl River and, of course, Dupuy for Holy Rosary, both off to 4-baggers to get things going here. And obviously we'll keep a close eye on that for you.
And we've got the ability to move some cameras a little bit and show you a little bit of what's going on some of the other lanes. You mentioned the other matches. And we will check in on those throughout the afternoon, both in this session and then the later session.
Yeah, so we have 3 boys off with 4 in a row to start things. Jordan Hunter is off to 4 in a row as well for St. Augustine. So as time permits, and Alex Dupuy just stoned a 10-pin for Holy Rosary on a 4-bagger. Couldn't have thrown the ball better, but left a solid 10-pin. So there goes that magic. Christian Kelch, meanwhile, throws his 5th in a row, so he's off to a great start for Pearl River.
And look, the great thing about what we're seeing here is, for the most part, except the girls.
Perfect shot by Ariana Williams. You just saw it.
Terrific, yeah. And the other thing to remember, with the exception of the girls here, and that they would have one more chance to land back into the bi-regional. On the boys' side, this is single elimination. This is win or go home. Now, there is the ability to advance in singles. You know, good bowlers whose teams do not advance will get the opportunity to advance on in the state format in singles and have an opportunity to win medalist honors there. But as a team, this is win or go home. This is, you got to win your match and advance and continue to advance.
And we will tell you that should Kelch and or Hunter continue on their streak, we'll get a mobile camera to let you see what they're doing. Kelch has the first 5 for Pearl River to get his afternoon underway, and Jordan Hunter on a 4-bagger right now has just thrown his 5th in a row, I believe, as well, based on what I could see from here, and he did. He carried. So 5 straight for both Jordan Hunter and Christian Kelch, both off to excellent starts. No real surprise. We'll tell more of the boys' story to come in the teams that have buys into the next round. But Cody Schaefer of Brother Martin, not only the best bowler in the New Orleans area, but the best bowler in Louisiana.
Yep. State record setter, in fact, with his season average, the highest ever in Louisiana high school bowling.
And he's just a sophomore, so you're talking about a tremendous future.
These guys are a lot better now than when you and I bowled. I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, it's when you and I bowled in high school. First of all, unfortunately, it was not LHSA sponsored. It was merely it was varsity, but it was really at the club level that it was done. You know, my senior year in high school, you're talking about Cody being a sophomore and averaging over 220 this year. My senior year, I think I averaged 174, 175, and I made the all-city team. I had the 5th highest average in the league. 175 might not have made one of the 12-player all-district teams this year.
6 in a row for Christian Kelch, so he's halfway home for Pearl River. What a start for him, and we'll keep an eye on Jordan Hunter as well. So clearly, some good stuff happening on the boys' side to date. Just to give you some perspective on what this sport can do and what players in the New Orleans area have done, Spring Hill is one of the better bowling programs in the South, and Spring Hill has a couple of kids from the New Orleans Bowling League that are scholarship there. Brian Bodenheimer Jr. and Charles Noble, both from Archbishop Rummel, who won back-to-back state championships in 2012 and 2013. And then to illustrate just how people love the sport and stay close to it regardless, you walk into this bowling center, and who's drilling balls and running pretty much the pro shop here is Perry Jambroni, who was a brilliant two-handed player for Archbishop Rummel most recently and was a very high average bowler, and now is busy pummeling adults all the time, shooting 300s, right?
Exactly. Look, we mentioned we'll get more into it. The boys' matches we're watching are the 6 through 11 seeds.
Right.
The top 5 seeds all got buys. Brother Martin went undefeated again and rolled through with a 12-0 record. There was actually a 3-way tie for second between Shaw, Holy Cross, and Salman.
Hunter just left the 6 pin. He went high, so his 5 in a row is done. But we'll keep an eye on Christian Kelch, who has the first 6 as we focus on the match here with Chappelle and Cabrini. And watching what's transpiring here, this is Ariana Williams on lane 16. And nice release, leaves a 10 pin. She has a nice release, Lenny, and gets through the ball nicely. Her speed is a bit soft, and therefore she can leave some 10 pins because of the speed. But at the same time, because of the slower speed, she gets a little bit more revolution in terms of back end.
Mm-hmm. And good skill. Look, we talked about just some of the scores on the boys' side. The girls' game has improved immensely just in the last 2 or 3 years. You see some great development on that end as well.
As we are reaching the halfway mark of this match through 5 frames, Chappelle with a definite edge right now as they have the pins lead on both lanes. Nice cover by Ariana Williams. And what you need to know is that she came back after leaving a 10 pin, got a ball out of her bag, a harder shell ball to throw her spirit ball. They all use reactive resin balls for the most part, which means you've got a ball that reacts terrifically to conditions, gives you false roll. But when you go to shoot a spear cross lane like that, in particular, when you're going right to left or left to right, you want to use a harder shell ball, and that's what she was able to do and convert nicely.
Kelch just threw his 7th in a row there. He'll be up on lane 20 in just a moment. We're going to get a little bit of that as you take a look at some of the scores there. It looks like that's over on 17 and 18 right there. The first 3 matches there are the Holy Rosary Pearl River match. we'll get you a look at Kelch as soon as he comes up here in the 8th frame.
Right, he'll be up momentarily with the 7 in a row, and again, a very good player. Pearl River bowls their home matches at Bowling USA, but he's bowled here several times this year, so he's very familiar with this lane condition. In 36 games, he's averaged 204, so he's an excellent bowler, no doubt.
And you see the scoreboard there now on 19 and 20, and the bottom left there, you see the string of strikes that Kelch has put together. That's the thing, when you're on a string of strikes, you don't put those scores in, so you could be looking from a distance, following the action here. When you see those X's and blanks below them, you know that you've got a bowler on a string.
Beautiful shot by Torrey Montalbano just now, flushed it for a strike for Cabrini. When you say flush, that means exactly where the ball needs to be. Perfect location, right-handed bowler in a 1-3 pocket, driving through. And now Christian Kelch will be up on the lane momentarily, looking for 8 in a row as we focus in on him. You'll have a chance to watch his release. Good revolutions he gets, but what he does is he gets some revolutions, but he also has pretty good speed, which enables him to accomplish 2 things: get the ball down the lane and get the turn he gets, and there it is. He's just thrown his 8th in a row. So Christian Kelch, a definite threat here. He's thrown the first 8 for Pearl River and has a legitimate shot at, you know what? Don't like to mention things. Don't like the
no-hitter in baseball. Yeah, it's no, he's been outstanding really throughout the year. And you look at his numbers over the course of the season.
204, 36 games bowled. He's been excellent. Interesting in the girls' match that both anchor bowlers who are good, Jessica Ladd, who's on the lane right now at 16, Ariana Williams, who just threw another really good shot and struck for Cabrini. Similar in that their speed is lower than the norm. They don't throw the ball hard at all, but they get some nice turn. They let the ball work for them. Good extension that time by Ladd, and I say that because to get the ball down the lane, cross lane, you got to extend. Otherwise, the ball's going to hook early and you'll miss it. Right. She made a nice cover there. Right. That's a 1-pin match. Ariana Williams by 1 over Jessica Ladd.
And most of the matches over 4, 5, and 6 are very close right now. Chappelle trying to build up a margin on the left-hand pair in matches 1, 2, and 3. And that's right now at least where they're building up a slight advantage, not a huge one.
And now, of course, people reacting to the strike thrown by Kayla Gallagher for Cabrini just now. Cabrini rallying on 15 and 16, and they might actually have a very slight lead there, as you mentioned. But Chappelle up on the other pair, but not by much. This is going to be a close game to the wire, would appear. Beautiful shot by Montalbano, rings a 10-pin. Would have been a double. That's a tough hit to lose when you throw the ball that well. Alex Dupuy threw an open frame for Pearl River. After starting with the first 4 and then a couple of spares, came back with a spare. He's still over 200, but he's going to lose his match because of the performance against him by Christian Kelch. And Dupuy just struck. So Dupuy could shoot 234 if he goes to the wall. And
like you mentioned, it's all about getting what you can because you never know how total pins are going to figure. Holy Rosary's got a big advantage on 1, 2, and 3 right now. So
as we focus in on Christian Kelch right now, he's got the first 8 for Pearl River. And he doesn't waste any time. He's up to the approach. Good release. He's got 9 in a row. Christian Kelch has thrown the first 9. So he is 1 frame away from perfection. And when I say 1 frame, in the 10th frame, he'll need to throw 3 more strikes to get there. So as the attention obviously goes in that direction. Another beautiful shot by Ariana Williams, and stones a 10-pin again. She looks back pensively like, what did I do wrong? The answer is nothing.
Nothing but
can't make a better shot than that.
Exactly.
So just really outstanding. So can't do it better than that. She converted earlier. She's going to have to convert now. So we'll see if she's able to do so. And on the opposite lane, nice spare shot there. So, and that's what you want to see. Bailey Hemel, who's been a good player for Chappelle much of the year. Williams is unable to make the 10-pin. This time, same ball she used to make it last time. Frustration sets in a little bit.
I equate spares in bowling to free throws in basketball. You've got to make them. They're opportunities that you've simply got to convert when they're given to you, and that can be the difference between winning and losing.
Jessica Ladd's been high on pretty much every shot. Let's see if she moved in slightly to make the adjustment. she's going to be much better off here. She did. She moved
She
moved in at least 2 boards, if not 3, and you can see the difference in the ball getting down the lane.
Got a little bit tighter inside the second arrow with that shot, and stayed inside the oil pattern there a little bit, and kept it in for a flush shot.
Yeah, ball's been turning over about 40 feet down. That time it suspended, didn't really turn to about the 50-foot mark. Big difference, located perfectly, and got the strike. And she takes the lead in her match with Ariana Williams because of Williams missing the 10-pin. And that's important in what is really a close match as we speak. A slight edge for Cabrini on the high pair and a slight edge for Chappelle on the low pair. And it really does become all about making spares. You want to win this kind of match. Again, the story right now is on the boys' side where Christian Kelch has taken a perfect game into the 10th frame. He has thrown the first 9 to get things started. By the way, it should be noted his father is the coach of the Pearl River team as well. So that's a family affair, as we see a lot of that here in New Orleans Prep Bowling action. And hopefully the bowlers around him will be cognizant of the fact that he's got something potentially special. And what I mean by that is that if they recognize it, they'll step back.
Exactly.
Don't distract him at all in any way, shape, or form. As Alex Dupuy throws a strike, he's on 220 now and counting, so he's bowled an excellent game in the anchor spot for Holy Rosary. As you mentioned, trying to mount pins.
And look, as you look at this match, it was a 1-pin match there. As you see the scoreboard, the 1-pin match at the number 4 spot, 148-147. Pearl River wins. Obviously, Kelch is now getting up on lane 20 in a position as we
focus in on Christian Kelch. This is the story right now. He doesn't take much time. He gets it and he goes. And here he is. Kelch is high and he leaves a 9.
Oh my goodness! What a shot!
In the 10th frame for Kelch. Unfortunate, a little bit high, but boy, a shot that easily could have carried for Christian Kelch. So he'll come up just short in his bid for the perfect game, but obviously has put himself in a great position for a big series here. And Dupuy stones a 7-pin. Can't make a better shot.
On the fill ball.
So he shoots 233 and he loses. Amazing. And Kelch now will finish up here in the 11th frame, trying to shoot 279 after leaving the 9-pin against Dupuy's 233.
And as you look at the other matches there, Holy Rosary's depth is really coming through right now. They've got a chance to jump out to a 6-2 lead here after one game.
It's another team that's bowled better as the season has gone on, as we get a really nice strike for Archbishop Chappelle from Kelly Mejia in the 2 spot. And if Chappelle's going to win this game, it's going to be because of the low pit.
Exactly. That's where they're building their advantage right now as we take
Jessica
a look at
Ladd trying to maintain her lead here as Kelch, by the way, struck to shoot 279. What a game by Christian Kelch. Ladd is able to convert, so she maintains her 11-pin lead over Ariana Williams in their head-to-head match. And
they're leading at all of those
now
matches.
They have a slight lead on that pair as well.
Yeah, leading by 5 pins at number 4, leading by 3 pins at number 5, 11 pins at number 6, and they've got a little bit of a lead as well in the matches on 13 and 14 with a 16-pin lead at number 1.
Beautiful stroke here, and a strike delivered by Kayla Gallagher for Cabrini.
32 pins the lead at number 2, and the shot about to happen on lane 13
is a split, and that's going to be opening the door in a big way for Cabrini's Kayla Gallagher.
Salaf cannot convert. That's basically a dead even match at number 3. Actually, Cabrini with a 1-pin lead. So you've got a lot of close matches that can go either way here in the 9th and 10th frame.
Correct.
And I mean, that's the thing. This could be 7-1 or 8-0 after one game, or it could be 5-3 or 4-4. I mean, it's that kind of one or two shots can swing the score of this match. That's what we're saying. Like, a match can be really close, and the final score might be 18-9, but it doesn't tell you just how close a match really is.
I'm going to go take a peek at Jordan Hunter and see what he finishes up with here, since I can't pick up the numbers over there. He got off to a great start, got tapped, and he's bowled extremely well, per usual for St. Augustine, as Lenny will continue to keep you posted on this match for a moment.
Absolutely. Ken will jump off headset here, and we'll keep you posted on what's going on at lanes 13 to 16 right now. As soon as this first game is over, we'll take a little bit of a break as the lineups will reset and get you set to go for game 2 of the Chappelle Cabrini match. take a look at the scores in the on lanes 13 and 14, the low end of the match, and you can see where that edge is built up for Chappelle. 10 pins at the number 1 spot. It's 32 pins at the number 2 spot. It's basically a dead even match at number 3 right now. It's that slight edge. It's some of those spots that really is playing in Chappelle's favor. You see Jessica Ladd with a strike on lane 15. Ariana Williams now with a double for Cabrini, so she's closed it to a 1-pin match down in the anchor position in the number 6 spot. And a 10-pin there in the 9th frame, left by Kayla Gallagher. Meanwhile, Sarah Ruby will step up, and she's looking to try to regain the advantage that she lost after she left the split in the 8th. So this is what it's about here. As you see this match start to wind down, 9th frame, 10th frame, you've got a lot of close matches going on out there where bowlers are trying to win their own match as well as accumulate as high a score as possible for the total pins. And the spare converted there on lane 16 by Ruby. She regains the lead after the open frame by Gallagher, so Ruby will take a 6-pin lead into the 10th frame of that match. It's a 15-pin lead for Tori Montalbano in the number 5 spot. Or check that for Bailey Hemel over Tori Montalbano, but Hemel's first shot, or it's Montalbano's first shot with picking up 5.
There's a big spare. That's what you need if you want to win matches.
Cover
4-pin conversion. That was pretty good. And by the way, Jordan Hunter shot 238, got tapped 3 times.
Wow.
So bowled an excellent game. Looked like a 5-3 win for St. Aug, just taking a quick glance at it.
And we'll catch you up on some of those scores here. Hemel leaving the 7-10 split over on lane 16, and Montalbano will convert that big spare there. That is a big conversion. That's going to make that a very tight match going in to the 10th frame as well. And barring a miracle of something bouncing out of the back here to make the 7-10, you're looking at either a 1-pin or a 3-pin match there. At number 5, you got a 1-pin match. At number 6.
And there's a pin that you don't want to give away right there.
That's what we're talking about. One means 2 in that situation when you're on a strike. So
here's Williams, who's hit the pocket like 5 of the last 6 frames, and she does again, and this time leaves a flat 10. So she's lined up, though. There's no question about that.
No doubt.
She shot 206 in her final game of the first round, so clearly feeling pretty good right now. So this becomes a huge shot for Jessica Ladd. Right now a 2-pin lead, but if she strikes here, she can take command. She got it wide. Here it comes. Beautiful shot.
Stone 10. Wow.
Can't make a better shot than that.
Wow.
So you talk about a change, a quick change. That is one because Williams just did a great job to make the 10-pin for the second time in 3 tries, which means Ladd must make this spare to maintain her lead. This is where the matches are decided in the 9th and 10th frame.
Yeah, this could be a 2-pin match at number 6, a 1-pin match at number 5. It's a 6-pin match at number 4. This could be all about the 10th frame right here. Very, very simple.
It is indeed. Ladd takes her time on the approach, but that's her custom. And nice release. Right on target. You can't make a better shot than that. Just perfectly executed to maintain a 2-pin lead. That's coming down to the final shot.
And over on 13 and 14, you're seeing matches finish up right now. Chappelle will win at 1 and at 2. And it's a tight match at number 3. Again, 3 pins separating the bowlers at number 3.
And we get a 5 count over here for Cabrini's Kayla Gallagher. She'll have to try to cover. Chappelle, meanwhile, beautiful shot for a strike. That's huge.
Yeah, as you see the scores right now on the 4, 5, and 6 matches going on lanes 15 and 16.
And the big shot for Sarah Ruby. She pretty much put the match away by striking there. So
no doubt.
She needed a mark.
Yep, she just needs to fill 5 pins right here, and the match will be over.
Nice spare, so makes her at least show up. Mm-hmm. So a good job there, covering a 5-pin spare by Kayla Gallagher.
And on lane 14, this is a key 5-pin right here.
She's got it.
She converts to...
She's made it, so she'll win that match if she stays behind the foul line.
Right, this needs to stay on the lane. It's 131 plus the fill ball here And at number 3, Salath is finished with a 131.
So that'll put the match away at number 4. 7 count on the first ball by Sarah Ruby, and she'll try to convert, but she's won the match. Now it becomes a matter of pins, and this is a close game.
Yeah.
So the pins are going to be huge. Nice stroke for an 8 count, and a good finish there. Nicely done by Tori Lusher as she finishes out filling 20 pins in the 10th frame for a 10-pin win. And the difference, 29 pins in favor of Chappelle on the low-end pair, the lower average bowlers. And 9 count out here for Sarah Ruby. So she'll finish at 152, winning her match by 7 pins.
Basically right at her average.
So now we'll watch Tori Montalbano. And this is a big shot, a very close match at number 2 as well. Beautiful shot. She strikes.
She's got a chance right now to really put some pressure on with another strike. I mentioned it's a one-pin match right here at number 5.
This becomes huge for Bailey Hemel, who's an improved player as well, getting better all the time. Bowling family. Good release. What a strange leave that is.
Yep.
For a light pocket hit, that is a strange leave. The 4, 7, 8, you don't see that.
Not very often. Maybe you see that without the 7-pin
now
right there.
This is for the win right here.
Yep.
She can strike, she wins the match, she pulled it, and she'll miss the head pin. And now it's all up to this shot coming up by Bailey Hemel. She has to spare to give herself a chance to win. The advantage for Montalbano is she's on a strike, so the 3 count doesn't hurt yet.
No,
she has a chance to come back and get it. Now this will be cross lane. Hemel has to go right to left to make this.
That's what you're looking at
Watch
right
his
now.
second arrow here. That's what she hit. And got it. Boy, that's a huge shot.
Now it's coming down to this. If Montalbano can convert, Hemel has to strike to win the match by 1 pin.
And here's the shot by Montalbano. She's been around the pocket the whole game. She leaves us a little wide, and she got it. So now it comes down to this. It takes a strike from Bailey Hemel to win the match. If she throws 9, it's a tie. She throws 8, it's a big swing in the match, as Cabrini would get the win. Keeping in mind that on the low-end pair, it was a 2-1 win in matches for Chappelle. Here's the big shot right here. Pretty good release. It's going to be a little high, and she will lose by 1 pin.
Wow.
1 pin victory recorded by Tori Montalbano over Bailey Hemel. That's a huge point for Cabrini. Now it comes down to the last 2. That's a 1-pin match. And here's Williams for Cabrini with a good shot, but a little soft, and it leaves the 8 count. So that opens the door for Ladd. If Ladd can strike here, she's likely going to win the match.
Just about over. Yeah, you want to stay away from bad count.
But she's been high quite a bit. She moved in slightly, but again with the speed adjustment, the board adjustment to compensate for the speed, and again it's going to be high, and it's going to be a brutal cover.
Wow,
6 count. It's a tie game.
Yeah, wow.
And she's got an extremely difficult spare. So this match is swung in the last 2 bowlers dramatically
no
from
doubt.
Chappelle to Cabrini.
And that's what we said. This could just as easily be 7-1 or 8-0 as it could be 5-3 or 4-4, and it's exactly how it is playing
Here's
out
the
right
big
now.
conversion by Williams. She's right on target. She's going to make that. Beautiful shot by Ariana Williams. So now you know what must happen. A very, very difficult spare for Jessica Ladd. And by the way, the pin's off spot. So this is going to be extremely difficult for Ladd to convert.
You've got that 8-pin sleeper right there behind the 2-pin.
Quite a gap. Good release. Nice looking shot. What a clutch cover by Jessica Ladd, who looks unperturbed as she walks back.
She's unfazed.
So now it's a dead even match. Comes down to pin count. Here's Williams. Williams with a good release. She's going to find the pocket. And again leaves the 10 as she's done over and over again. So same situation as at number 5. 9 for a tie, strike for a win. Anything less than 9, a loser. Here's Ladd. Game in her hand. Has been high frequently. Can she get the ball extended a little bit? She does, but tugs it again, and it is high, and it is an 8 count. And once again, a 1-pin victory for Cabrini. The Crescents get 2 1-pin wins in the 5 and 6 spot. How often do you see that?
Not very. And look, this, like we said, all of a sudden this went to a 5-3 match just that quickly. And that's that's huge. That's exactly if you were Cabrini, that's exactly what you needed to have happen right there. Flip those close matches.
Chappelle wins the total pins.
Yeah, they'll win total by 34 pins. So they've got a 34-pin lead in total. But it's a 5-3 match at the end of 1.
So, again, 5-3 in favor of Archbishop Chappelle through one match. Could have easily been 7-1, but it's 5-3. We'll take a timeout here, and we'll continue with more of our coverage of the New Orleans Prep Bowling League playoffs in just a moment from AMF All Star Lanes in Kenner right here on SportsNOLA.com. back to AMF All Star Lanes. New Orleans Prep Bowling League playoffs underway. Ken Trahan along with Lenny Van Gilder. And as you saw, great first match between Archbishop Chappelle and Cabrini, and a 5-3 victory in that match for the Chipmunks. But again, it could have been much bigger. 2 one-pin wins for Cabrini of the 5 and 6 slots enable them to draw closer in what is a very close match, as we expected going in. As for some other results of matches going on, I defer to my partner, Lenny Van Gilder. Lenny?
Well, as we work our way left to right here, the two pairs next to us, Holy Rosary with a 6-2 lead over Pearl River. We chronicled the efforts of Kristen Kelch, who had the front 9 and left a stone 9-pin shot, a 279 game, but Holy Rosary just with the deeper effort with a 6-2 win through the first game. St. Augustine has a 5.5 to 2.5 lead over Chalmette. That is, I believe, the 7-10 match, if you will. And the let's double check that. Actually, that is the 7-10 match. St. Augustine, the 7 seed, Chalmette, the 10 seed. And of course, you were talking about Jordan Hunter's performance. He had a 235 game in the opening game. The other girls semifinal, the winner advances. Academy of Our Lady off to a good start, 7-1 over Chalmette in the first game. Danielle Poussard a 187 to get things started there for AOL. And Defis with a 181.
Well, we just saw a foul. If we had that shot, we just had a foul take place on lane 15. The bowler fell down over the line. Anything that crosses the line, any part of your body crosses the foul line, it's a foul, which means you get 0 for that particular shot.
Right, if you touch it. You can extend across, but you have to touch it. Exactly.
Any part of your body falls across.
Exactly. Yeah. And then in the end action, 29 to 32, Jesuit off to a good start with a 7-1 lead over Bonnable. That is the 6-11 match. And we get a second. We're going to take a look at the boys brackets as we're giving you some of the boys results there. Let's take a look at exactly what's going on the boys side. And
realistically, I mean, when you look at the boys side, and we'll show you brackets coming up, but the boys side's really interesting. Clearly, you have one team separated from everyone else in Brother Martin. There's no doubt about that. But then you draw a line from numbers 2 through 8, and on any given day, one can beat the other. It's that clear.
No question about it. I mean, it was a 3-way tie for second. They all beat each other in the regular season, so it went down to the second tiebreaker, which was points won in the match. And Shaw ended up the 2 seed, Holy Cross the 3 seed, Salman the 4 seed as a result. Salman dominated Shaw in their match, and one of the things I guess you got to take all things into account. Salman had a huge lead after 2 games against Shaw, emptied their bench in game 3, lost some points, and ended up costing them a tiebreaker between 3rd and 4th. They could have been the number 3 seed in that situation. But you mentioned all the way down to 8, Jesuit at 6, St. Augustine at 7, Holy Rosary at 8. All deep teams, and obviously Pearl River has got one of the 2 or 3 best bowlers in the area in Kelch.
And they likely don't have the depth to compete with the other teams, but their last bowler is outstanding.
Right, and that's what we say when we talk about this. You've got teams that have 1 bowler, 2 bowlers who are all very good, and the teams you see that rise to the top are the ones that have the depth in their lineup. You look at Brother Martin's averages over the course of this season. All right, they've got 226, 200, 198, 197, 192, 187. 180 can't break their lineup. Mm-hmm. Everybody, there's a 180 bowler sitting out there who cannot regularly break their lineup, who would be bowling on the second pair of lanes for just about every other team in the New Orleans area. That is the depth that Brother Martin brings to the table, and the reason they have won 46 consecutive matches and 2 consecutive state championships, beginning their quest today for a 3rd.
One of the things you'll love to see in bowling just occurred. Bailey Hemel, who had fallen down over the line and committed a foul on her first shot, comes back in the second frame, flushes one and strikes, and then she looks back and puts her hands up and says, yep, I guess we can still do this. So good for her to rebound like that. Again, the margin of victory for Chappelle by total pins was under 30 pins in the first game. So this is going to be a very close match throughout. Thought that would be the case coming in. And again, Ladd is high. She's been high all afternoon and just hasn't been able to make that adjustment, whereas Ariana Williams definitely has the line. She just can't carry the 10-pin. Right. She continues to locate the ball beautifully in the 1-3 pocket.
Right, she's hitting the pocket, but what I'm seeing, Ken, is the ball is going a little bit far down the lane, and she's coming in behind the head pin, and what has a tendency to happen in that situation, a little more contact with the 3, the 6 pin will just go into, it'll hit the 6-pin and fall in the gutter, and you leave a flat 10 or even a ringing 10 pin.
Beautiful shot by Tori Luster. She strikes for Cabrini. And what's going to happen with Williams is as the lanes start to dry up a little bit, and she's going to get a little bit more push at the back end. She shoots a 10-pin very well, by the way. That's her third conversion out of 4. The perfect line to be able to make the pin. But, yes, her speed enables her to generate the extra roll on the back end. But coming in behind the head pin, you're not going to be able to get the 10 out unless you slap it out, typically speaking. But as mentioned, as the afternoon goes on, lanes start to dry up a little bit. She'll start carrying those because that ball will finish a little bit stronger for her as we get into the third frame of this second game. And looking at the early returns of this game, if anything, a slight edge for Cabrini, but it's very early on.
And you've got to believe how that 10th frame finished. Had to be a bit of a momentum charge for Cabrini as a solid 7-pin for Ruby there on lane 15.
Yeah, and when you see hits like that and you see the solid 7, oftentimes it's a result of a poor rack because you can't make a better shot than that. If the pins are spotted correctly, all 10 are going to go down at least 9 out of 10 times, if not more.
Right-handers leaving 7 pins, 8 pins, 9 pins. That can be frustrating. You leave a 10 pin sometimes, it's like we've talked about, with the shots that Ariana has thrown.
And then she missed the 7 pin. So that's a big lack of carry, and then, of course, not able to convert. So no doubt. I mean, there are some hits that, you hope for the carry. There are others that you absolutely have to carry with the way you threw the ball. That was a must-carry shot. She couldn't have thrown it any better. She was about as deep as you can possibly get in the pocket and just did not carry as a result. So early on in Game 2, you mentioned momentum's alive in every sport. Slight momentum building here for Cabrini after that finish the last game. And here's another bad break for Chappelle. I mean, a light pocket hit for Bailey Hemel, and she ends up with a baby split. That's a very difficult cover. And you got to fit that perfectly to make the 4-5. And, again, that's just bad luck. And opposite her, Montalbano unable to convert. The 1-3-6.
Right, you're getting a look at some of the action on the left-hand pair right now at 13 and 14 and what they're doing there. And
there's a great cover. That's very. You talk about a difficult spare. Kelly Mejia just made one about as tough as you can make. And then the baby spare, Hemel just missing it, unable to convert. Now Ariana Williams, who's been flushing a pocket continuously. She's a little high here, though. And again, it's all about her speed. She's soft with her speed. She keeps everything in line. Ball stays by her side, and she gets her thumb in pretty much an up position, which means she can get through the ball, and she's able to generate some roll. It's all about speed. The same is true of Ladd.
See if she can
for Chappelle. She got that one wide. That's a good shot. Beautiful shot by Ladd. As soon as she let it go, you knew it, especially you because you're left-handed.
Well, yeah, that's about as much as I have in common with Jessica. She's way better at this point than I am or probably was at her age. So it's she's definitely got terrific skills, and one again who has made some significant improvements.
Williams with a cover of her spare, which keeps her on top by 8 pins over Ladd in the anchor spot. In the 5 spot, it's a 2-pin lead for Chappelle and Bailey Hemel, and in the 1 spot, both bowlers trying to find their game right now. The 4 spot, I should say. And Sarah Ruby for Chappelle, who's bowled in bad luck. She's behind right now to Kayla Gallagher, who's got a tough 5-pin spare here, though.
And close matches going on again at 1, 2, and 3. I think we're going to see this, and that's part of the reason why we're focused on this match right now. We thought that this would be the most competitive of the 5 matches going on, and it's certainly playing out that way.
Very much so. Keep the ball around the head pin, keep the ball around the pocket, good things happen. Ruby's struggling. She's been unable to convert any spares here, which is unusual for her. She struggled with 4 misses thus far and finds herself behind in her match. Good extension there by Montalbano, but a little bit high. Montalbano has a nice release. And that's what you look for in bowling is the release and the consistency of being able to duplicate what you have done previously to be successful. That'll be a nice spare shot conversion in the 1 spot for Chappelle by Mary Hamilton.
And I think that's one of the things that makes bowling a lot like any other sport. It's being able to repeat that muscle memory and do the same thing time in and time out, whether, whether it's your shot in basketball or it's your swing in baseball or whatever the case may be. You want to, it's a kicker in football trying to kick the ball.
And a nice strike delivered here as Chappelle is able to get a strike out of its second hole bowler. And that's Kelly Mejia, so she's able to put one up. And again, they've had a slight edge in the low pit, and that could be what carries them throughout the course of the afternoon. There's another 10-pin by Williams. This time, the wraparound. A 6-pin went right around the 10. Good shot. Again, it's very hard to adjust off of what she's doing. Her location is outstanding. Right. Sometimes you just don't have the angle or you don't have the right equipment.
Unfortunately, we're not like a PBA telecast with a statistician sitting here charting every shot to know exactly how many we've seen thus far in the way of corner leaves.
That's too wide. She missed this spare. It looked like her timing was off on it. And right now, you can sense the frustration sitting in. She's locating the ball extremely well, just not able to carry. And at some point when you miss one or two, it's frustrating. There's a double wood spare. Beautiful shot for the Chappelle Chipmunks, executed by Saleth in the third hole. Ladd cross lane, nice extension. She gets good extension on her spare shots, maybe more so than she does on her strike ball.
Trying to throw it straighter, and as a result, wanting to get the ball down the lane to make it go straighter as opposed to on your strike shot.
And as a result of that spare and the missed 10-pin by Williams, she takes a 4-pin lead in the anchor spot for both teams.
Leads at 5 and 6 right now for Chappelle, and then on the as we take a look at 13 and 14, you're seeing. We wait for the scoreboard to reset itself here.
Yeah, you get these delays because of the scoreboard being all the animation showing you the pins that were left, how to make it, everything else.
Which look, this is great. If you're not an experienced bowler and you come out to a facility like these with the automatic scoring, it's going to keep the score for you. It's going to show you in the animation. It's going to show you how to make the spare.
Really, really close match at the anchor position for Pearl River and Holy Rosary. That's Dupuy and Kelch down to the last frame. Yep.
Kelcher's got to make a baby split here.
Well, I think he's getting a pin reset, though. I think they're waiting because I don't think he's got everything up that's supposed to be up. I think that's why we're waiting. He doesn't have his ball yet. Now, if it is the baby split, that's going to be very difficult, in particular since Dupuy's on a strike, and it would have a 2-pin lead on a strike, which means he's in a great position to win this match. If Kelch cannot cover, he will win.
Holy Rosary with a chance to effectively wrap this match up here. The leads that they have.
That's the best looking shot I've seen yet by anybody. Bailey Hemel just absolutely stoned one and strikes on lane 15. As good a shot as you'll see anywhere, anytime. Beautifully done. And she's starting to find herself. Kelch is still waiting on his ball. Boy, that's brutal. Both the anchor bowlers are just waiting. Dupuy doesn't want to shoot until he sees what he needs to do.
Exactly.
And Kelch is waiting for his ball.
Right. Kelch converts here. Dupuy needs to strike.
And Dupuy's doing the right thing. You know, that one shot means everything to win the match. So, therefore, you want to know what you have to do. And right now he doesn't know that because Kelch is having to wait for his ball. Now the lane's gone dark as they try to get that fixed. And let's hope that's not a long delay. That can happen in bowling sometimes, like a rain delay in baseball. Mm-hmm. It happens. Some lane issues. Hopefully that won't take much time. Nice cover here.
I think they've got
for
both.
The 5 bowler, Montalbano.
Looks like both lanes are turned off over there on 19.
Yeah, they do have them both turned off.
Maybe they're doing something on the ball return.
Maybe so, because Dupuy threw his first shot in the 10th and struck, and he's yet to bowl again. And we thought he was waiting for Kelch, but maybe it's just a problem all around with the lane. There's a strike.
Yeah, you can see to the right hand of the right hand of your frame there what's going on lane 19 where the lane is dark.
Oh my goodness. Williams leaves another 10-pin. Every shot. Look at her. She's talking to herself now.
It's frustrating. Look, you and I have done this once or twice and understand that you start leaving 10 pins, or in my case 7 pins, and it can get very frustrating for you out there.
Well, it gets in your head because you're thinking, I really don't want to move. I'm lined up. So what am I going to do? Try to adjust my release? Then you lose it. It goes on and on.
Move forward or backward on the approach. I've done that before.
And she missed another 10-pin.
Yeah, and look, sometimes maybe you move to the right to try to create a little more of a flush hit in the pocket. Sometimes you move to the left, maybe to create a lighter hit and let it turn into a wall shot instead of more of a flush shot. See what you can do that way.
And both 19 and 20 are still dark. So we've got a delay over there. What a bad time for that on the last frame, last bowler.
No doubt.
It's tough to sit and wait for that.
And it appears.
Oh, my goodness. Here's a high pocket hit that turns out to be a 7-9 for a right-handed bowler. Go figure. How does that happen?
That's a bad break right now. Now they've turned both 19 and 20 back on. But here's the situation, though. Holy Rosary has won at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
And with a chance here, Kelch will try to convert the baby split to 7-8.
And Dupuy will, in fact, let him shoot first, as I alluded to.
As I would do.
Absolutely. Kelch unable to convert. So now an 8 count will do it on 2 balls.
And that's it.
Holy and guess what? Ariana Williams just carried the 10 pin. She struck.
Wow.
Dupuy throws 9 on his first ball,
and that'll
be a winner.
That is it, and that match is over.
It's over. Holy Rosary will advance
14-2 after 2,
and
they've got it wrapped up. They will go on to bowl Brother Martin. That's the 8-9 match,
which means the relatives against the relatives, the Dupuys against the Dupuys.
That's it. It's like
Mom's always got a dilemma in that circumstance. Jessica Ladd with a strike, so she maintains a lead over Williams, who's bowling at bad luck in the 5 spot right now. Bailey Hemel has doubled, so she's got the lead. And in the 4 spot, the lead belongs to Kayla Gallagher of Cabrini. Well, here's Ladd now. Pardon me, she just threw her shot, and she's high, so she'll have to convert to maintain that edge that she's had. So you watch those 2 bowlers, and Williams clearly has the edge in terms of her location. She's wired. I mean, she's not missing the pocket, basically. Ladd will hit it occasionally, but most of the time she's through the nose.
And now to get back to the other match for a moment, Ken, now you start dealing with
Ladd
strategy
converts
here.
To keep the lead.
Right. If I'm Pearl River, I'm taking Kelch out of my lineup to avoid him possibly bowling a bad last game. You already are eliminated in the team end of things. Make sure he can advance in singles and ensure that he's got a spot in singles. Let's see how they play this. I wouldn't, he shot, it's all based on average. 279 and 201. That's a 240 average for 2 games. That would certainly advance, and it would, in reality, he probably doesn't have to do much to still advance anyway, but you might want to just go ahead and take a break
he's
before
bowling.
singles.
Trust me, He's competitor. He's bowling. No way he's coming out. No shot. I don't even have to look. I promise you he's going to bowl a 3rd game. That said, I completely understand the thought process that you've injected into the conversation as we get a spare here. So at the 4 spot, Kayla Gallagher is in good shape for Cabrini to win her match. And there's a nice spare finally by Ruby. She's really struggled to miss spares this game, but she converts here to at least keep herself in that match. She's still in touch overall.
I'm going to jump off for a minute and hand it over to you. We're going to catch up on some of the scores down the way.
That would be a good idea. That's Lenny Van Gilder. He'll return shortly. Ken Trahan with a beautiful shot here. Can't throw it better than Tori Montalbano just threw it. And she strikes in the 7th frame, which will bring Ariana Williams up on that lane. And now Bailey Hemel on a double. Good release and a little bit wide. She's unable to get the ball up to the head pin. Left it a little wide. Same thing with Tori Luster on lane 14 just now. And now Williams, who's continuously hit the pocket, has had trouble carrying a 10 pin. And this time she's in the pocket again, but leaves a 9 pin. Tripped out the 4 to avoid the 4-9, but does leave the 9. But again, location good. She made a slight adjustment and came up slightly high. And that's what happens when you start to make those adjustments off of the inability to carry the corner stick. Hemel, good release, and she'll make her spare. So Bailey Hemel going good here in game 2 for Archbishop Chappelle. Williams, extension and spare. Cross lane, able to get there. She must have been really relieved that she was finally not shooting at a 10 pin. Finds herself down 15 to Ladd through 7 frames. As we look at the total pin picture right now, Chappelle with a very slight lead on both lanes. I mean, it's close. Ladd, good extension here, but again, right through the belly, and that's going to even up this match. 5 count as she's high on the head pin and finally paid the price. She's been all over the nose frequently, and unfortunately here, she paid the steepest price she could pay. Hit the head pin and get 5, and an unmakeable spare, and pin count severe. Big miss there. The task here is to get 3, and that would still leave her down by 2 pins as a result. So that match changed dramatically in one shot. But she's got to stay focused and get the pins here. She does and gets the 3. So she'll find herself down by 2. Going into the 8th frame, as we study the numbers of the totals, it's a 25-pin lead for Chappelle on 15 and 16. And about a 35-pin lead for Chappelle on 13 and 14. So Chappelle with the edge, but a long way to go and close. Good shot, but a 5-pin left here by Gallagher, who's bowling a solid game. Ruby has struggled, as mentioned, to make spares this game. Makes a good shot here and carries. Got the 5-pin out. Good shot by Sarah Ruby. As she stays in touch in that match, and she'll force Gallagher to get some spares. Nice strike delivered here for Chappelle in the 2 spot by Kelly Mejia. And a good spare here taken care of by Kayla Gallagher for Cabrini. Now we get a look at Hemel once more on lane 16. Nice looking shot. Blows out the 5 into the 7 and carries. Hemel coming back from that early foul in this game to bowl a good game. She's really doing a nice job here. Montalbano, slightly wide, bucket type of shot. She leaves. And a bucket is when you just tickle a head pin but don't quite get it there to be able to give yourself a chance to carry. Let's see if Ladd can make an adjustment. As mentioned, she's been high on the head pin frequently, and she's down by 2 here. There's big shots the rest of the way as she lets go in the 8th. And she's high again. She just can't get off the nose. And again, another tough spare. And when you're on the nose, if you're leaving more than 2 pin spares, it's going to make it very difficult. And that's what's been happening. She's had to make some very tough spares. Speaking of tough spares, good spare there by Montalbano for Cabrini to stay close. 5-3 edge for Chappelle after 1 game, but very close. Total pins under 30. Ladd trying to cover another tough spare. And a good job by Jessica Ladd. So she finds herself down by 2, and now Williams trying to keep the lead, and she does. Beautiful shot by Williams. And she carries the 10-pin. She's up 2 on Ladd, going to the 9th frame, as this turns out to be a really good match. So, again, we're looking at a very close match as we enter the 9th frame. 16-pin difference on the high pair. So every pin counts here, and there's a beautiful strike delivered by Kayla Gallagher, who continues to maintain her lead. Now, this is Ruby's chance. She's got a double here if she wants to have a chance to catch Gallagher. Got a chance, but a little bit high. The speed not going to allow her to make it fit the pocket. So that'll leave Gallagher in a good position to win that match number 1. Here's Tori Luster on lane 13. On the Brooklyn side, she'll tickle it, but get 9. So again, this match, much like the first game, it's going to be decided in the 10th frame.
Well, that's what you would come to expect, Ken. And
Ruby's inability to make spares this game continues to plague her.
I thought we needed some help with some bowling knowledge. So
you
found
somebody. You asked me to talk more. Is that it?
Well, no, I went and found a so-called expert here in the house, and a guy who has led his team to 2 consecutive state championships, to 46 consecutive match wins. I guess he's become the bowling's version of Robbie Dotry. You know,
ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Alvarez of West Jefferson.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had the wrong guy. I saw him walking up. I said, "What? They're just kidding." Talking about my friend Bruce Himbert, who's been a good friend for the better part of our entire lives, being around the sport. Continues to be a champion of the sport. And, of course, he is the head coach of Brother Martin, who's won back-to-back championships in 46 straight matches. But aside from that, he's a champion of the sport, and that matters. And I think that needs to be stated, Lenny. He's helped a lot of the kids that bowl in this league with equipment, with the game itself, because he cares about the game. Just because they might happen to go to another school doesn't mean anything. He loves the sport. It'll always help. So with that, Bruce, I think we've butted you up enough. How you doing, man?
Yeah, y'all making me sound real good.
If the shoe fits, right?
I feel great, guys.
Williams just threw a double, so there you go. She has hit the pocket like 13 out of 14 frames, cannot carry, finally carries 2 in a row, and takes a double-digit lead over Jessica Ladd, who must strike here if she wants to stay in this match. And again, she's had trouble getting the ball off the head pin, and again, she goes wide and gets a break crossing over.
Got a break.
Just can't get off the nose, but she stays in the match because of that. All right, Bruce, so the playoffs are here. It's always fun, right?
Yes, sir. We're here again. It's fun to be here, guys. A lot more fun to be here than sitting home watching people.
Do you feel like, and I'm sure, look, what Brother Martin has done in wrestling and dominated over the years, and you see it in, whether it's UConn women's basketball or whatever, somebody who's got a long winning streak. You feel like you get everybody's best shot. You've almost got a target on your back every time you take the lanes? Every
time we hit the lanes, we definitely feel that way. Our last match against Salman, they came out fire, and they had us 6-2 after the first game, and they just gave us their best shot. I think they gave too much to the first game. I think it took it out of them. I mean, they gave us a great match, and we had to come back and calm the kids down and get them going. So.
Now, it looks like the 8-9 match is decided. You're going to bowl Holy Rosary, and they'll advance out of the 8-9 match to bowl you at 3:15. How much do you watch these early matches, and what are you trying to glean when you're watching it?
I watched a little bit, and I haven't really watched a lot. The kids wanted to go to lunch. I went lunch with them. Mainly, we want to see who's hitting him and who's not. We know one guy that's going to always hit him is Alex Dupree. So we know we're gonna have to deal with Alex, and Daniel Dupree can play. Their last 3 bowlers are all quality players, 170 average.
They've gotten better lately.
Yes,
they bowl well last 3 or 4 matches.
They've been bowling very well. Their 1-2-3s are getting better and better every match. Like I told these guys, you can't give up on it. You can't sit there and think you got it won, even though we're supposed to, right? Anybody can beat anybody every given day.
Big miss by Mary Hamilton on a 10-pin. That's going to leave the door wide open for Katie Heller of Cabrini to steal that match by less than 10 pins again. Again, we got a lot of those kind of matches here. Here's a double. This match isn't over yet either as a result of the double thrown by Tori Montalbano. She's going to force Bailey Hemel to show up in the 10th frame as a result. Again, the first game, 2 1-pin decisions in the 5 and 6 spots, and we're kind of in that area again. Here's Hemel. Nice shot, left the 4-pin, so she'll win the match.
That'll clinch it.
So she'll win the match by at least a pin, so that'll be a win in a very close match for Chappelle. This is a 6 count thrown wide. As we look at what's happening on lanes 13 and 14 in the 1 spot, it's going to be a win for Cabrini. Katie Heller is going to win her match. Nice shot to finish up. Montalbano strikes out in the 10th, shoots 159. She'll come up just short here. And you look at the 1 spot there, of course, the match was won by Kayla Gallagher, who had the lead the whole game over Sarah Ruby. So that'll go down to the 3 hole, and that's where Ariana Williams has the edge right now over Ladd. And a miss here, so a 1-pin win is all it is, but that's a big miss for total pins in a very close match. Speaking of total pins, a whiff on the 6 count spare. So again, in the 10th frame, Cabrini making up a lot of ground as they did in the previous game. Williams is high and throws an 8 count, so Ladd still has a chance to win this match. But again, she's been unable to keep the ball left. Everything has been through the nose. And she's tried to move in with her feet, Bruce, but last time she crossed over by going in and going wide early.
I think it's getting to be a little bit of speed with her. She bowled the first match. She could be getting a little fatigued.
She needs a strike here if she wants to win the match. Has one up, so this is a huge shot for Chappelle. And she got it wide enough, but it's not going to hold because of the speed. Everything's through the nose. So now Williams in a great position to put this match away.
Spare wins it.
Yep. Good extension. And no, she missed it. So now the door's open for Jessica Ladd. And she's got a very makeable spare middle of the lane.
Spare, and if she makes the spare, then she needs 7. This is crazy. 5 and 6 were 1-pin matches last time.
Unreal.
The number 5 match goes 1 pin again, and we could be headed to the same kind of fate.
And we got close matches all around with these two teams. Again, nothing surprises. Here it is. Ladd's release is on target. She'll make the spare. So now it becomes a matter of pin count. And she's got to be able to step up here and throw a 7 count in the 11th frame if she wants to win this match. Now, she's been all over the head pin. That should mean you'll get 7. Problem is she threw a Greek church a couple of frames ago going through the nose.
Like I said, watched her bowl the first match. It looks like speed's down. I really think she's getting a little tired.
Yeah, she's accurate. She's a nice player.
Throws 15 pounds at her size, too.
That's a lot. Now, look at her feet. She's definitely moved in on the lane. But she's got to find the head pin to get that 7 count here. She can't whiff it left. and she didn't. She's going to be on the head pin again. And she got her 8 count. There you go. So she wins the match by 2 pins. So that's a big win in the 6th spot for Chappelle. It looks like they're going to win 2 of the 3 matches on lanes 13 and 14 as well, and they take 2 of 3 here. No, they're actually not.
They're going to win. They're going to win 1 of. They won 2 of 3 on the right pair. They're going to win. Looks like 1 of 3, or maybe 2.
No, you got a split here. You have a split here. They're going to win that match.
Now they win it. Yeah. So that's a huge swing.
Yeah, that's
late
4 out of 6.
Again.
Yeah, they win 4 out of 6 matches here, and total pins they're going to. Ooh, look at that! 15 pins here, and
they win by 2
13.
pins.
They win by 2 pins total.
Wow!
So 2 pins total. They take a 6-2 win in that game, right?
That's 11-5.
So that's 11-5.
Let me tell you,
this is
incredibly
and
good.
listen to the pins. Total pins are less than 30 for 2 games.
Right. This is not over by any means because it's that close. Even though the score is 11-5. There's a lot of 11-5 matches after 2. You might be 200 pins up in total, and you're well in command. But that's anything but the case right now. And what we've seen? We've seen nothing but I think that's now 5 individual matches that have been 1 and 12 or 1 and 2 pins.
River, Holy Rosary. Like I said, I just walked in.
Okay, that's over. Holy Rosary is up 14-2 after 2.
Yeah, they've already won.
Let's update some of those other matches.
Correct.
St. Augustine up 10.5 to 5.5 over Chalmette, and Jesuit has wrapped up its match with Bonnable. That is 14-2 after 2. And again, the magic number is 14. If you're just joining us, that there's 27 points in a high school bowling match in Louisiana, and it takes 14 to wrap it up. So Holy Rosary has gotten 14 through the first 2 games. Jesuit has gotten 14 through the first 2 games. They still have to bowl the 3rd game, but they know they have the match in hand and are on to the next round.
Right. So if you're Jesuit, you know you have to bowl again, and they've got extra bowlers. They're going to make changes. I know that Coach Bourgeois is going to make changes. Know Todd very well. He gives kids opportunities all year long anyway. They'll bowl 8 or 9 kids, and that's why you do it.
Well, especially when you get to this point. When you get to this point, you want to make sure the guys have enough confidence in themselves, really.
And the other thing to remember is they've got another match to bowl, so you may want to give some of your guys
take them out.
A break.
That was my point. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. You don't want to make them too tired going into the last. They should be okay, though. I mean, Todd does a great job. He's brought that program from a long way back. They were here about 5 years ago before Todd took over. They had a pretty quality team, and they lost. The coaches just gave up on it. It looked like it wasn't that they didn't lose kids. The coaches gave up on them. And then Todd came back last year, and he's coming a long way with these kids. He's taught them a lot of things that most coaches don't teach.
I just saw the strangest leave on lane 19. Christian Kelch just tickled the head pin. You got to describe what he just left. I've never seen this. Look at it on lane 19. I've never seen this leave. 4, 5, 7, 8 on a bucket shot tickle. He leaves that. How do you get?
Something knocked the 2 pin.
How do you get the 2 pin out? That's what I was just going to say. And he doesn't convert it. I've never seen that in all my years. I've never seen that. Never. Isn't that weird? He shot 279 first game, left a 9 pin, unfortunately, which was a good shot, by the way. Quality bowler. We talked about a lot of the boys players in this league that are good players. And, of course, Jordan Hunter shot 238 the first game. Really nice player for St. Augustine.
Jordan Hunter's excellent. That young man is excellent. He's also a quality young man. He thanks everybody that helps him. He comes around and polite, makes sure he says hello to everybody. The guy's a quality young man.
Yeah, he really is. He's a good bowler. Really nice kid. We interviewed him when he shot the 300 in 803, and he was an absolute pleasure to talk to.
I was really happy that they approved it and gave it to him.
Yes.
Because there was question that they might not certify it.
Right. Yeah, sanctioning question and such. I got it. I remember the whole thing. But it was great for him. Well-deserved. Really good kid. And happy to see him succeed. Of course, when you look across the landscape, you got Salman has Wynn, who's a good bowler as well. Brandon Wynn's a good player in this league. As you look at the individuals, it seems like Holy Cross, Jesuit, Rummel, they don't have that one individual. All 3 on a given day, though, can be quite good.
Yes, very good. Jesuit, like I said, Jesuit's improved. Holy Cross came out of nowhere this year. Holy Cross struggled last year. They came out of nowhere, and they really bowled well toward the end of the season. Again, they got better the later the season came on.
And then Rummel, last time they bowled, 5 of their 6 kids bowled. No, actually all 6 of them shot at least 200, which is really unusual when you're not a high average team.
When you're looking at Rummel, and, JL and I are very good friends. So, I mean, I hope that people don't think I'm saying it's just because of that. He's a quality guy. He knows how to coach.
He can teach the game. He can get
Yes,
players
he
better
can.
like you
Very
can.
much so.
Yeah, I mean, guys that can teach the game can certainly help dramatically.
Well,
Some of it's on the kids because they take lessons and they want to get better. But, again, when you have a coach that's helpful. Look, Rummel won back-to-back state championships in 12 and 13 before Barb won, and then you've won the last two. And it's no coincidence at that time they had a guy helping their bowling team that knew the game
Brian
inside
Bodenheimer.
out. Sure.
Yeah.
Makes a big difference.
Great guy, great coach, and nice quality. Quality kids. You got quality players. It doesn't hurt either. I mean, I've been lucky in my quest because I get kids come in. I haven't had to really fight to get a bowler. Some of these teams are fighting to get bowlers. I mean,
just
it's
to have
a shame.
kids. That's right.
Like the program of Holy Rosary. I've been told that they're probably going to go co-ed next year because they only have 3 girls coming back. They only have 3 boys coming back. They're not sure if they can get any more bowlers.
And when you do bowl them in the next round, it'll be the family affair again with the Duprees, right?
Exactly right. We'll have 3 Duprees bowling at one time.
So you make it easy on Mom.
Yeah. Well, the triplets will all be in the same lane area.
Does she have the split-colored shirt or what?
No, she's got the Brother Martin pin and the Holy Rosary pin. No.
I like it, man. It's a good story, great family, and they love bowling. And,
yes, they do.
And that's terrific. Really fun to watch. We're here at AMF All Star Lanes for the New Orleans Prep Bowling League playoffs as we speak. This is round 2. There's another round to follow. As mentioned on the girls' side, the loser of this match between Archbishop Chappelle and Cabrini will bowl in a bowl-off after this to qualify because 3 teams will advance. Academy of Our Lady figures to be the other team.
And they haven't wrapped it up yet. It's 13-3 after 2 games over there. But they're well on their way to advancing to the bi-regional next week, and that would mean that Chalmette would face the loser of this match.
So
we're now
here's
underway.
the deal with this match. It's 11-5, but the total pins are so close. Cabrini could easily win this match. If they win this game 6-2 and they sweep the 3 total, guess what? I mean, that's how close this is, and we knew it coming in. That's why we focused on this match. We kind of figured it was going to be that type of match. Look, on the boys' side, I think Holy Cross Jesuit is a toss-up. I think Salman Rummel's a pretty much a toss-up as well.
Rummel beat Salman the first match of the year, so we know Rummel can beat Salman. Holy Cross and Jesuit, I don't remember who won the match, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, Holy Cross won the match, but it was close. I was here to watch it. So, yeah, I think those are 2 really good matches, most certainly. And, of course, with Brother Martin Holy Rosary, the thing you can't do is you can't take things for granted. You got to show up and bowl, right?
When we go into the huddle before this match, I promise you, I'm going to tell them nothing should be taken for granted. We got to make the spares to win matches.
0-0.
Williams is still talking to herself. She left the 7-pin just now.
Goodness.
She just can't. She's in the pocket. Her pocket percentage, and I'm doing this on guesstimate work, but I've watched every shot. She's about 70% in the pocket for 2 games, and she's got nothing to show for it. So just hasn't been able to carry.
She goes through stretches. There'll be days I've watched her bowl, and she can carry everything, and there's days that she can hit the pocket and just can't knock them down.
She gets the good extension over the line. She keeps everything in line. The one thing you'd like to see is increase the speed a little bit to go along with the rev rate. She gets a little false roll on the back end because of the speed, but she's got a good game. And sometimes you don't want to have to make the adjustment. For Ruby, it's been tough. She's been on the head pin the whole afternoon. Both games, can't get off the head pin no matter what she tries. And she went very deep here. She's not going to get to the head pin. She went way too deep. But Bruce, you could tell based on where she lined up, there was no way she was going to get that ball back.
Exactly right. She doesn't have enough to get that deep. And right now, she's not. Easiest thing for her to do would probably look down the lane another foot.
You have to understand your game. That's part of it, too, because there are some players that no matter what, they're going to be better players from the outside angle, and there's some players that are going to be better no matter what happens. They have to be in on a lane to be able to create room for themselves. Is she going to get the head pin here? Nope. She hooked it too much, so off to a rough start. And again, this is a good start for Cabrini here.
Speaking of very good young lady bowlers, the one that doesn't get a lot of publicity because she bowls with the guys, Sarah Howe from
Salman.
We'll see her in the next match. That'll be our featured match.
Young lady is a very good player.
No doubt.
She's very good, and we talk about the girls play all the time, and we never mention her because she's bowling.
She bowls with the guys.
Bowling with the guys. So while Alana Degree is the top average bowler on the girls' side for Bonnable, certainly great shot here, by the way, by Ruby. you certainly have to give Sarah Howell her credit. She's really good.
The funny part is that Sarah Howell got the MVP for the girls.
Yeah.
Bowling with the guys.
Go figure. Explain that. You have the opportunity to bowl co-ed if you want to.
Every school can put a co-ed team if they have girls and boys at the school. Salman just can't pick up enough girls, actually, not boys, to fill. They tried to fill a girls' team this year. They couldn't pick up enough girls.
Yeah,
so they decided to bring her back onto the boys, which she was on that team last year.
She averaged 175 this year, so she was 4 pins better than Alana Degree.
She's actually down from last year. Last year she averaged, I think, about 183.
Right.
So, I mean.
Just saw a perfect shot executed by Bailey Hemel. And then opposite her, Montalbano caves in a strike going right through the nose.
Yep.
And again, Ladd's got to find herself because they're going to need her if they want to win this match.
Exactly right.
That's a much better shot with the extension, but again, she can't get off the head pin no matter what she does. So it starts to become an issue of clearly she doesn't have equipment to switch to because right now she can't stop that ball from going forward.
Equipment. I just don't think she's
comfortable in
switch.
it. Yeah.
Well,
she's got a bunch of equipment.
Right. The other thing that I found is that she'll have a tendency to want to stay outside when it's getting a little dry, when maybe she needs to take her line further into the oil right there.
And she switches balls and misses the spare. So right now she might be a little bit in her head. And like I said, if they want to win this match, they're going to need her against Williams, who's a quality player. And Williams is going to convert her spare. So she takes a solid lead of 21 pins early on in that match. And looking at the other two early on, it's a split decision over here. And meanwhile, on the low-end pair, as we speak, it's about even early on. Again, too early to tell. And these matches have been determined in the 9th and 10th frames. Since we got you with us, we'll get you to comment. Your team has done it with your lowest average bowler, averaging a 190 is higher than most teams' last bowler, which is why you're the best team. But your anchor bowler is only a sophomore, Cody Schaefer, and he's missed 2 or 3 matches being ill recently, but still, he established a record for the highest average in Louisiana this year.
He set a Louisiana State record for 226.8. It broke the former record by about 7 pins. He missed 3 matches this year because being very sick, and he hadn't thrown a bowling ball until Saturday of this week. And he went out and shot 740 in his first matches out Saturday. So I feel like he's okay. Now I'll be keeping an eye on him. He might get tired on me today, but hopefully everything works out. And if he gets tired, I can pull him out and let him rest the last game.
You've had some really good players to win these 2 state championships the last 2 years, but and obviously every one of them was a huge contributor. I can run down names, but I don't think you've had a better one than him.
No. I've had some good players, but Cody's probably going to be the best I ever have. I have one bowler that's bowled with me, though, and hasn't lost a match. Jonathan Fernandez has
never lost a match.
Has never lost a match.
Wow.
When it comes to a team match. Now, individuals, yeah. But a team match, he's never been on the losing side of a victory. So that young man feels like he has to continue to push.
Tori Montalbano's thrown the first 3 here in Game 3 for Cabrini. It's not only big in the match. Again, total pins means everything in this game. So if you can build up a margin, if you're Cabrini, you get one player to go off like that. Williams just threw a tough split, though, and that lad who struggled, she got this one down the lane. That's a really good shot, but unfortunately can't carry the 10 pin, but that was an excellent shot.
You may not know, she might have changed balls because she does have 2 balls the same color, same exact ball.
That ball went down the lane nicely.
Yeah,
Williams, nice angle here. Unable to convert, though.
Yep. On the low side right now, it looks like it's 2-1.
Yeah, we're only 3 frames in, so it's early.
It's early, it's even, and the other thing, when you get in these close matches like this, it may at the end of the day come down to total pins. That might be, maybe the individual matches not be a.
I believe that's what's going to tell the difference with this match.
Right. Ladd able to convert her spare, so that'll put her only 7 behind Williams, so she's closed the gap there. And then you look at the top match. Sarah Ruby has got the first 3 for Chappelle,
which is big.
And of course Tori Montalbano has the first 3 for Cabrini. So we've got something to watch here, guys. We'll keep an eye on early on in the match as we get to frame number 4. That'll carry. So that's a strike thrown by Kayla Gallagher, who won her match last game, and now Ruby, who couldn't make a spare last game, she's taking care of that this game. She's not leaving any spares.
You don't have to make spares when you throw strikes.
This is a good release.
A shot there too.
Good a shot. Oh, nice shot. Left the 4. She carried
tripped it.
Got it.
Ruby trips the 4. She's got the first 4. And what a start for Sarah Ruby. Smiles all around. She didn't see it. She had already turned around. She needed to be told.
Mom
Take
and
a
Dad
look.
both saw it now.
Somehow you and I would have kept looking, right?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have turned around.
I beg for everything.
That's me, too. Oh.
No, nice shot, but just light pocket hit, but nothing in terms of the wall action there, in a 7 count, which in a very
She kind of
difficult
looked
spin.
at it like she didn't follow all the way through. She looked like she gave up on it.
There's Himbert. When she gets through it, she hits the pocket. When she doesn't, she leaves it wide. Tugged that one, though. Got away with it. Bowling family there.
Yeah, you're right. Bobby Himmel's daughter, Judy Vincent, granddaughter. Yeah, it's a pretty good family.
So a 9 count out here for Montalbano as Himbert closes the gap there to within 17.
Almost, yep.
And now Ladd, who's coming off of making a good shot. Let's see if she can repeat that. She did,
You got it out.
but it's going to hook. Again, that ball, it's the equipment. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
She's got other stuff that she should go to, but evidently she's not.
Williams leaves a 4. She's, again, a broken record. She's been around the pocket consistently, just been unable to carry anything.
No doubt. Bruce, before we let you go, big picture.
Sure.
Since in the time that you've taken over coaching Brother Martin's team, what is the improvement like in high school bowling in Louisiana as you see it here in this area and around the state?
Well, when I took over at Brother Martin, teams like mine didn't exist. You had 140s and 150s on every team. And then the higher, you might have had 1 or 2. Like my second year, my son averaged right at 200, but there was very few 200s. Now it's almost like most teams have at least one 200 bowler, and you also have plenty of bowlers in the Homo area, the Baton Rouge area that are 200 average players.
Ruby just left a 6'10", so that ends her bid.
It has improved immensely. Now, hopefully bowling continues to do that, because you've got to have these kids for the future of this game to stay what it is, and they're actually doing it, and I guess they're getting better coaching around the state. So you're definitely seeing a much better quality of what we've seen from years before. I mean,
I'd be remiss, too, if I didn't ask you, as Ruby missed the spare. That's been her problem this afternoon.
she can't make
I'd be remiss not to ask you about the two-handed phenomenon in bowling today, because, and it take nothing away from what we see in this league. It's great to watch Jordan Hunter.
Yeah.
You had to go against that Perry Jambroni kid who was scary with the revolutions he generated.
We went against six starters, and the other 7th bowler, the 7th off the bench, was a 2-hander for Vanderbilt Catholic last year. And
all 2-handers.
All 2-handers.
And that's what you're dealing with. So, look, it's legal, it's part of the game, and yet is it really good for the game?
I don't think it is. I don't like it. You notice I have no 2-handers on my team.
I noticed.
Most of them have tried it. Most of them. Cody Schaefer hasn't. He's got more revs on the ball than most 2-handers. That kid, and he knows where the ball's going. But
and it takes nothing away.
No.
The ones that are good, that are 2-handed, they could bowl any way they wanted, because they're accurate and they got the game figured out.
But a lot of the kids that are 2-handed only went to 2-handed because that's the only way they can hook the bowling ball. They feel like they can't hook the ball thrown at one-handed. Again, Cody Schaefer can out-hook all of them thrown at one-handed. He's got that many revs.
I'm thinking about, I guess, 3 years ago, the kid from Jesuit that was really good, their anchor bowler.
Yep.
One-hander was really good. I can't remember his name.
Corey Leday.
Leday, yeah, Corey Leday, and then the kid from Rummel, Noble, same kid.
Charles
Great
Noble.
revolutions. You didn't need, didn't need the 2 hands.
2 hands.
Yeah.
They could score with the best of them.
Yeah.
Again, though, like I said, I mean, if I get a 2-hander come try out for the team, if they're good enough, I'm not going to tell him he's not on the team. I promise you. I'm not going to kick a kid off just because he's 2-handed.
Right.
Will I not like it? I don't like coaching it. I had a couple kids I had 2 or 3 kids in my career at Brother Martin that were 2-handers. One started 2-handed the first year. 2-finger the first year. The second year he went to 2-handed. His third year he finished throwing one-handed with a better average than he had the first 2 years. So I'll say this. They know how I feel about 2-handed bowlers.
Well, what you have in carry for 2 hands, you lose in accuracy.
You lose.
So
2-handers throw a lot of strikes. They don't make a lot of spares. Okay? And that's what you have to look at. Now, in the upper one more level, when you go to the college ranks and the pro ranks, those guys know how to make spares bowling two-handed.
And well, we've seen that with the kids. We talked with the Hunter kid here now, the Jambroni kid previously.
Right.
They learned how to bowl. They got better and better, and they started making pretty much everything.
Doesn't hurt when you have Betty Chin around.
Yeah, that helps.
Even throwing two-handed, she can help them make some good shots. So it doesn't hurt when you have Betty Chin around.
No doubt about it.
That's why I'll tell you now. I'm going to give her another plug. She may not like it. My team has individuals. Every one of them see her as a coach. Has a team. They go on a Sunday morning and they all see her as a coach. So they know how she is. They know where they need to go. So Betty's been wonderful for this game, and her husband was one of the greatest guys I have met.
Yep.
And
well, to me, in the last year, we've lost the greatest ambassador in the history of the sport here in Dean Cortade, beyond the shadow of a doubt. And I say that with all due respect to all that came before him and all that were after him. By far the best ambassador for the sport.
Doubt
and by far the nicest guy in the sport, Lance and Chin. Yep. I mean, that's it. When I look at it, Lance and Chin, when I used to bowl against me, drove me crazy because I'd come back after throwing a horrible shot and throwing an 8 count. Oh, that's okay. You'll get him next time. Leave me alone, man.
You're on the other team, too. I mean, you're being too nice to me.
Exactly.
Manson didn't have a mean bone in his body.
He couldn't find it in himself to say anything negative
about anybody. He always smiled. Nobody knew how Lanson felt, and that's how he died, unfortunately. The man ended up with pneumonia, and nobody knew he had it.
No.
Because he just wouldn't show that he wasn't feeling good.
No doubt.
It's a shame. We lost, like you said, Mr. Dean, which Mr. Dean meant everything to this game. He was one of those guys that always cared about what was going on and who you were.
Yeah.
You go over to his bowling alley, I want to practice, Mr. Dean. He'd turn the lane on, wouldn't even think about it.
Unbelievably nice people. And, years ago we lost a wonderful man in Richie Boudreau, who was the kindest guy you ever met in your life, who sponsored bowling teams for like 40-some-odd years.
Bowled on many of his teams.
And he just wanted to, okay, did you really get much of that out of promoting your business? All right, so he gave me a shirt and everything else.
Yeah.
But the bottom line was he just wanted to participate. The best thing about bowling with Richie, and I'll let you go on this, is, and I did for years, and we were best of friends, is that he was never here when it was his time to bowl because he was too busy talking to somebody else. Saying, Richie! It's like you never saw him all night, man. What a deal.
Ray, his son.
Same way.
Ray, his son's now bowling on Wednesday nights. And same way. They always have to go get him because he's never where he's supposed to be.
He'd chip off the old block. They're exactly the same.
Guys, I appreciate
Bruce,
this.
thank you.
Good.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, buddy.
We'll talk to you all after this
Best
match.
of luck to the Crusaders here.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Bruce Himbert, the head coach of the Brother Martin team. Has a nice shot here delivered by Montalbano. She strikes, and we do a survey here as Ruby tries to make the 10-pin. She will not make that. She still has the lead, but again, it's another close game.
I'm going to let you catch up on what's going on here. I'm going to make a quick rundown and get some of the other finals as some of the boys' matches are wrapping up. We'll get situated here for the finale of the final 4 frames here.
No doubt, as we go let Lenny go run out and do that, and we'll get everybody up to date here on the pin situation. Chappelle's up on lanes 13 and 14 by 38, and on lanes 15 and 16. Chappelle's up by about 20 pins. So, again, within 50, another close match. Could go either way as we get toward the end. It's going to be very close to decide what transpires. The rest of the way, Ariana Williams with a nice spare just now to convert for Cabrini to keep herself at least in touch with Jessica Ladd on the other side. That's a close match. Tori Luster unable to convert a very difficult spare for Cabrini. And now Bailey Hemel takes care of the 5-pin. So she hangs in her match, although the edge there clearly goes to Tori Montalbano of Cabrini. Again, the situation is this. It's an 11-5 lead for Archbishop Chappelle here in Game 3, but the total pins are so close, within 30 pins, it could still go either way based upon the way this match has unfolded. Here's Ladd. This is going to be high. Crosses over and leaves 9. So unable to double, which would have given her a nice edge, but she couldn't make it. Now she'll have to make the spare to maintain her lead on Williams by 3 pins. Typically has been able to convert these cross lane. She'll stand right on the approach and watch the extension to get the ball over the line to get it down the lane. That's what you're looking for, but she tugged it. and she missed it. You could see it right away. She pulled the ball from the start, and that'll cost her. Williams will take the lead over her in that final match. And again, final match, you never know the way this thing is going. It could come down to that. It's been that close throughout. As we get a spare for Cabrini and Jaya Jensen. And this is a 7 count delivered by Gallagher. On the Chappelle side, breaking up the split there and having something to shoot at is Mejia. Sarah Ruby's thrown a lot of strikes this game. Left that one wide. It's not going to get there. And it's going to be a tough spare, 5 count. So, not easy. This becomes the focal match as most everyone else is just about finished up. Typically speaking, the guys' matches will end earlier than the girls. Nice spare there. So, a good job to convert by Kayla Gallagher. And again, this remains close as can be. Here's a very difficult 5-pin spare, and that's not going to happen. Going to miss them all. So that's a big pin count lost by Ruby. Just unable to keep the ball in the lane. And again, pin count's important, but this total pins being as close as it is. This shot slightly wide, leaves a bucket. So another difficult spare coming up for Montalbano as we focus back on 13 and 14. That one's way wide. That's going to be a 4 count. And Hemel high, can't break up the split. So she's going to be further behind here. Montalbano has a chance to put her away and makes the spare. So she's well in control of that match. Williams will be up in match 3. So Cabrini up in 2 matches on 15 and 16. And on 13 and 14, Cabrini is up in 1 match, and 1 is tied. The other one's in favor of Chappelle. So, again, this is going to be very tight going to the end, just as we expected. Every shot matters and every pin matters. Like right here, Hemel needs to get 2 on the split, and she will do that. So she gets 2, and then a strike on the opposite pair thrown by Mejia. And now Williams on lane 16 for Cabrini is high and leaves a split, which is important. That's not going to be an easy cover. She's got a 7-pin lead, but Ladd can step up, and if she can mark and Williams cannot convert, then it flips back to Ladd. Get a miss of a 1-pin spare for Cabrini there by Katie Heller. And a split 7 count for Chappelle. Here's Ladd. And that's going to be high again, I believe. It is. She gets 9 out of it, so a makeable spare. But that's the same pin she just missed on the opposite lane. And the door's wide open because Williams just missed the spare and didn't convert a pin. So now a chance for Ladd to retake the lead late in the game if she can make the spare. Again, every shot, it kind of swings one way from one side to the other, the way this match is unfolded. This time, swings it wide and she'll make it. So Ladd ostensibly taking the lead going into the 9th frame over Cabrini. Again, the loser of this match, Lenny, still has a chance. They'll get a chance to bowl in the next round against Chalmette, I guess it is, right?
Yeah, will almost certainly be Chalmette. That match is finishing up, but it will almost certainly be Chalmette. But still, you got to remember, for both of these teams, whoever loses, the winner moves on and their day is done. The loser will be bowling their 3rd match of the day.
Right.
And that's something that these girls are not used to doing. Even bowling 2 matches in a day is not something they're used to doing.
Ruby splits, so with her split, she's still going to win her match, but her opponent has made up quite a bit of ground in the last 3 frames. And she's got a 5-pin to shoot out here, and she will miss it. That's a big miss, big chance to make up ground there, total pin-wise, but unable to convert was Gallagher. And now Ruby cross lane will get 9 out, so as we take a closer look here at the matches.
As close as this match has been throughout, that 40-pin lead at the number 4 spot could be just that cushion that Chappelle needs no matter what to wrap this thing up.
It's a 7 count thrown here by Montalbano. Hemel will step up on the opposite lane. Throws a really good shot.
Oh, wow.
Leaves a 7-pin. Blew the 5 out, couldn't carry the 7. Excellent shot. And now Montalbano for a spare. Good release. But again, too much roll. Again, you see these reactive resin balls. Looks like everything's in line, and then you get the false roll.
Yeah, you get that big reaction on the back end, and it ended up chopping the spare. So
that's why they call it reactive resin, right?
Yes.
As opposed to inactive resin. I haven't seen an inactive resin ball yet. And that email misses the spare, so that's a big miss. So she's not going to win that match by virtue of that miss spare. Look at the speed. That time Williams threw the ball much harder, but guess what? Similar result. That's the hardest she's thrown a ball yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's by design or not, but she threw that ball harder. And now Ladd, pin count the key here. On the board, up by 10, but that depends on the pin count here. And again, she'll be high. Breaks up the split and gets a strike. Wow. A big break, and she's got a 5-pin lead going in now, and Williams cannot convert, so now make that a 16-pin lead. Or excuse me, make that a 16-pin lead, correct. So that's a big, big swing right there. A break on a strike, a missed spare, and Chappelle's looking better and better, largely because of what's happening on lanes 15 and 16. They now control all three matches.
Right.
They now control 2 of the 3 matches.
It's very, very big, yeah, and they're
and a strike delivered there, so that was needed.
And you hope it's
by
not
Gallagher.
Hope it's not a distraction, but they're re-oiling the lanes to the right of these bowlers.
Beautiful shot by Ruby. Boy, she's thrown like 5 strikes this game. Her problem has been making spares, but she's got 5 strikes in the game.
Mm-hmm.
She's up by 40, as you mentioned. 28 down in the second position is Chappelle, and up 16 in the third. And then you look to the other pair. As we speak, it's going to be a win in match number 1 for Chappelle.
Down in
another
2.
strike thrown here.
And up in 3 with a commanding lead in 3, much like the commanding lead in 4.
Here's another good shot here. Look at this. Both first players double on lanes 15 and 16. Remains a 40-pin game. That's 6 strikes for Ruby. She's got a 186 clip.
First 4 in the last 2 to get this one into the 180s at a key time in what is obviously the biggest game of the year.
Final shot here, and an 8 count, so a 144 game for Kayla Gallagher. It's looking more and more like Cabrini will be bowling Chalmette in the last spot in the regional next week. As Ruby will try to finish this out. Good pitch, a little bit high, but still a good game. 183 for Sarah Ruby. Doesn't get much better than that.
That's a big bounce back. She had a 124 game last game, bounces back with a 183. That's huge.
She did.
And like I said, this is, you got to considering the circumstances going in, this is the biggest game of the year for these 2 teams. And to step up in that kind of situation tells you a lot.
No doubt. So 183 to 144, that's a big 39-pin win. Hemel with a good stroke, and she strikes. So she can cut the margin here. Because you got a tough spear on the other side for Montalbano. This is the last gas for Cabrini. Good shot, but 9 out. So 167 game. Montalbano will win the match, but Hemel will cut into the deficit. So I guess you could say that what we've seen so far today is form is holding, right?
Exactly.
Across the board.
And generally, like you mentioned in the boys' side, it's pretty tight in there 2 through 8. But for the most part, over the course of the season, those seeds are established based on performance over the course of the year. And just because of the depth of the match, it takes a lot for somebody to overtake another team in this type of format.
So this one finishing up. Ariana Williams with a double wood spare forthcoming, so she has to make that to have a chance to win the match, to stay in it. I mean, it's really all about pin count to even have a chance. Uses the lane and misses it. So that's going to be a win, and it's going to be a Chappelle victory here. They're going to move on, Lenny.
And again, this may end up, let's see, as you look at it here, this is probably going to end up being 20 to 7.
Yeah,
and that doesn't tell you at all how close. Yeah, this is much closer than a 20 to 7 match would suggest. This is going to be a match that's going to be decided by maybe 100 pins total.
But form holds because Chappelle beat them during the year, and they've done it again. Again, good stroke by Lab, but again, that ball's just not going to hold the line on this pair. She opens in the 10th frame, but because Williams opens, she wins the match. And I think, as Bruce mentioned earlier when he joined us, I think you might be looking at some players getting a little bit tired here when you talk about a lot of games,
no doubt,
to be played. So
no
really,
doubt.
Really makes it a little bit more difficult. I'm going to talk to another coach here that I just called up for a minute.
Oh, okay. You brought one out of the bullpen there?
Brought one out of the bullpen.
Do you know this guy at all? I'm not sure.
I know him. I'm going to the bullpen for sure for the head coach of Archbishop Rummel, Coach J.L. Van Gilder. J.L., thanks for joining us. It's good to be here today.
Thank you, Kenny. Who's that stranger to my left?
I don't know.
Hang on. We're getting your mic set up here. So
we're turning you up. Just I think you sound better when people hear you, although I'm not sure.
I'll tell you what.
At times.
hang on.
Yeah, we're still trying to get. We're
switching.
We're going to get you worked out. We're switching it to make sure that people can hear you here. Okay, you can try it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better. That's better.
We know you. Go ahead.
I think so.
Nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Kenny. Nice to be here.
Nice to see your athletic director, Phil Greco, here watching. I know you'd probably like to go to the bullpen and pull the kid out of the pro shop, right?
Yes. If that would be allowed, I think we would definitely go for that issue, to have him in there.
Yeah, speaking of two-handers, we talked to Bruce Himbert earlier. He's not in favor of two-handers. You take nothing away from the ones that do it so well here, but it really does change the dynamic of the sport, doesn't it?
It changes it so much, Kenny. It changes what they do to the pattern, the lanes, the oil conditioning. Mm-hmm. They have so much of an advantage in rotation. And they can't make spares, but it doesn't make a difference.
Well, the ones that are good can, and we've seen,
like
this Jordan Hunter kid has improved dramatically. He makes spares.
81 pins up from last year.
Yeah, unbelievable. And I mentioned
Perry
the one we were talking about, Perry Jambroni. He learned how to make spares.
From his sophomore to his junior year, he went up 110 pins in average.
Is that all? That's
unbelievable.
I don't
think a regular bowler could do that.
That's incredible. Okay, so listen, you just watched Chappelle beat Cabrini, so they advanced to the regional round, and Cabrini will have a bowl off to stay alive. On the boys' side, we were talking earlier, Brother Martin clearly is better than everybody else, but you draw a line 2 through 8 and anybody can win.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
These matches here, I would think a lot of them are going to go down to the third game, a lot of them the total pins, and they're going to be decided, like most of them are, who makes the most spares.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's always about spare bowling, and with your team, you don't have one standout. You've had 5, maybe all 6 contribute at one point or another. You don't have that 200 average bowler. I think your high average is about 191, but you've got kids that are capable of shooting scores on any given day.
No, absolutely. We've almost everybody in our lineup shot a 230 to a 250 game. Our fifth bowler, Ruben, he averaged last year in the prep league, he averaged 97. He finished this year with 180. Only freshman on the all-district team.
That's pretty impressive. Well done on his part, obviously.
He worked hard during the summer.
He did. You draw Salman. Brandon Wynn's a really good bowler. Sarah Howes bowled very well. And, as we talked about earlier during the webcast here, she's the highest girl average, period, but she's bowling co-ed, so she doesn't get that attention, even though she has the highest average among all girls that are bowling in this league.
She's a good bowler. She keeps the ball in play. She rolls it. She doesn't do anything fancy to it. She just keeps it going down the lane. But, it seems the same as we look at all these other teams. We're going to have Brother Martin and 3 other teams in the playoffs, and they're all going to be seeded because of their record behind teams that very easily are not as capable as we are.
Well, it's all about the system, the way it's set up with each region. It looks to me like they're trying to make sure that each region is represented in some way, shape, or form.
Well, but represented and seeding seems to be 2 different issues.
I understand.
We bowled a team last week that was 10-1. If you would have been there, you would have had trouble
who were figuring out who was 10-1.
Yes.
Right, I got it.
But they're going to get a seed and maybe a bye in the first round in the bye regionals because of a record against not nearly as competitive as we are here.
Any advantage to bowling at AMF All Star Lanes, which is not only your home house, but where your team practices whenever it bowls?
Yeah, a little bit, because we're more used to the approaches. But when we get up in the bye regionals in Baton Rouge, same type of lanes. The conditions are pretty much the same. If we went to a house that was very, like we bowled last week in Hammond, and that was on wood. That was back when you were bowling.
Yeah, boy,
Yeah,
that's
Wood
a long
Lanes.
time ago. Wooden
Well,
Lanes,
you
yeah.
and Ed Daniels.
Oh, yeah, well, that's really, I bowled. I don't know what he was doing, but it's another story.
I think he bowled in the days of pin spotters as
Pin
well.
spotters,
Pin
yeah. That's
spotters,
right.
pin
Pin
boys.
chasers, man.
Oh,
Pin
there you
boys,
go.
the whole deal.
Well, a lot of people don't realize you do have, 2 or 3 300 games?
3, yeah.
3, and
yeah.
that's when 300 counted as a game.
Yeah, 3 counted as a game. They were legitimate, I might add. Each one was
I saw a
not
couple
only
of them.
not only were they sanctioned, but they were on legitimate conditions. And the funny part of that was I had a 4th, but it didn't count because it was in the LPBA Pro-Am here.
Oh, okay.
Or the LPPD Pro-Am.
I
and
can
I'm
remember bowling a 300 and one of your
well, here's the
charity
best part.
tournaments.
I'm the sales and marketing guy for the event, and I'm bowling in the event, and I paid my way in, by the way, and Ed's bowling with me, and it was a no-tap format to keep it moving. And Jeannie Maiden's bowling with us, who, by the way, is very nice, a good bowler and a nice person. So it's a no-tap format. I didn't need the no-tap. I threw 12 strikes. I'm in the 8th frame. She's checking out the ball I'm using, wanted to know the weights and everything. I mean, she was a student of the game, and I'm saying to myself, she's really trying to figure this out based on me? Are you kidding me? And, of course, that was cracking up. The treat I got for it by bowling a genuine 300 was I had a chance when we were over with. Ed decides he's going to treat me to Wendy's. Right. In front of us.
Talking about 300s.
Talk about cheap, man.
Your partner in crime here has a 300 too.
I got 1.
He got 1, so we're one of the very few.
How did that happen?
I wasn't here.
Well, thankfully,
I think it happened when I put the bowling ball in his left hand.
That could have been. But look,
it made all the difference.
But leave it to me. I threw a 300, and you were here for it. You can admit to it. You were here. And the first ball of the second game, I threw it in the gutter.
Yep. There you go.
That's good. We got a
happy coach here.
Chappelle coach in here.
We got a happy Chappelle coach
We'll
here.
bring him in here.
Yeah, we're gonna swap swap one coach out for another. And let's bring in Frank Ruby, who is in his first year with this program, is on to the bi-regionals. Congratulations on the win. As we were talking about, final score 20-7, and somebody looks at that and says, "Oh, you won easily." This was nothing of the kind. This was very much a competitive match that went right down to the very end.
Yes, we had a good time. We enjoyed it, and my girls worked real hard, and it's the payoffs here now. So we're doing real good here.
Yeah, to see a school competing for its first year in this league, to be one of the top 2 teams and uphold that seed, to qualify for the regional, that's pretty special.
Yes, it is, and we're going to continue to work hard and look forward to next Tuesday in the bi-regional and everything. It is the first program since 2010, and I'm thankful that the school gave us the opportunity and opened this up and everything to get this program together. And we were just hoping to just be competitive, and so that's our goal.
One of the things
talk about the makeup of your team. I mean, in terms of classifications, what are you looking at right now in terms
of
makeup?
I have 1 senior.
Okay.
The rest, I have 1 junior, 1 sophomore, 1 freshman, 2 8th graders.
Wow.
And we had 3 that made the all-district teams.
That's great. Now, one of the things that we've talked about throughout early on here is the depth, and really everybody's probably got 1 good bowler. But the depth that you've built through the lineup, and that you're winning a lot of matches because of your success in the 1, 2, and 3, and 4 positions, because of that depth, that enables you to be able to win. Just talk about the fact that you've been able to develop that depth in a very short period of time.
Right. Well, our number 6, Jessica, she's been strong the entire year. And then 4 and 5 have been competing amongst themselves just to try to push Jessica as well. And number 4, she's really come along. That's Isabel. And 5 and 6 are right there, too. I'm hoping to have a good off-season here in the fall for the Metro League to repeat and come back.
Well, congratulations again on the victory, and we wish you best of luck next Tuesday in Baton Rouge.
And I appreciate SportsNOLA coming out here every week as well.
Glad to do it, Frank. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Congratulations.
Frank Ruby, the head coach of the Chappelle Chipmunks, who have advanced to the regional by virtue of their victory over Cabrini, 20-7?
20-7. And, Ken, we're going to take the opportunity now. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. They're running the lanes and getting ready for the 3:15 matches, which will be getting started shortly. Again, we'll have 5 more matches worth of coverage that we'll bounce around with the focus primarily on that 4-5 match on the boys' side between Archbishop Rummel and Salman. It's been fun so far, but we're far from done, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Back.
Welcome back to AMF All Star Lanes. Ken Trahan with Lenny Van Gilder as we get set for the final round of this New Orleans bracket playoff. And, of course, winners moving forward to be able to compete in Baton Rouge next week.
You see the boys' bracket there on your screen. Those are the matchups that we will be following. More focus on the one there at the bottom, the 4-5 matchup between Salman and Archbishop Rummel. But those other three matches all going on simultaneously. We'll keep you posted on everything as we head through the rest of the afternoon here. And there's one girls' match remaining for the third spot. We know two of the teams that are going to advance to the bi-regional. Academy of Our Lady and Archbishop Chappelle have advanced. Meanwhile, it is Cabrini against Chalmette to determine that third and final spot on the girls' side in the bi-regional. And there's also singles action going on as well on the boys' side with the teams that did not advance from the first round. As you see there, saw in the bracket with Bonnable and also with Pearl River and with Chalmette, the three teams that did not advance, their top bowlers bowling in singles here that will bowl against the scores that are bowled in the 4-team matches, and the top teams there, the top individuals that their teams do not advance get a chance to advance to the bi-regional as well, as also has happened on the girls' side. So that's just a little bit of a primer of what we have coming up here.
Indeed, and the match we have in front of us between the 4th seed Salman and the 5th seed Rommel, rematch of a match bowled in week 1 of the first match of the year. It was bowled at Westside Bowl. Rommel prevailed in a close match there. This one figures to be that way as well. When you look at the averages on this team, maybe a slight edge to Rommel on the low pair, a definite edge to Salman on the high pair. They have the best bowler in the pit, and Hunter Wynn. His brother, Brennan, is also a good bowler as well. When you look at the Rommel groupings, certainly their best bowler, Trevor Maggio, will definitely be at a disadvantage. Gives up 13 pins in the anchor spot to win, so he's going to have to dial it up a notch, although he's capable of shooting good scores. And, of course, from the standpoint of the other bowlers, we heard about Sarah Howell earlier. She's a nice player, solid bowler, but Rummel's got some kids that have bowled well recently, and Ruben Gendron and Reggie Majerez who have picked up their games quite a bit.
And it's that depth that you talk about. You mentioned it. Rommel has, at least in terms of averages, Rommel has the advantage at 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mm-hmm. Salman has the advantage at 5 and 6. So if you added up those averages, I would venture to guess you'd be pretty close to dead even if you would do the math, and we'll try to do it here quickly. It's it is pretty close. It's about a 3-pin difference, really. If you added the 6 averages together, that's the difference in what you're talking about. And you look at these team averages when they've performed this year in terms of team games. Salman has a team average of just 980, but we mentioned there are times that they will go to their bench when they get a big lead. Rummel's team average is 1031, which is the 3rd best in the league, behind only Brother Martin, the 1 seed, and Shaw, the 2 seed. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what they are capable of doing. They've actually got higher team averages than Holy Cross, who is the 3 seed, and actually Jesuit has a higher team average than Salman as well. And of course they are the 6 seed in bowling in the 3-6 match against Holy Cross, as we showed you there on the bracket.
Yeah, Holy Cross, an intriguing team because all 6 of their bowlers are capable of shooting a score. Their low average bowler is 167, which isn't bad. That certainly gives them a chance. I've watched them bowl several times this year. The other team that very clearly has a real shot, and I think is the wild card, is Archbishop Shaw, because to me they're the 2nd best team overall. And here's the dynamic to keep in mind about Shaw. They bowl their home matches at Westside Bowl where the scores are not quite as good. They come over here to Kenner, and they typically score better than they have on the West Bank. And their last 4 bowlers all average 180 or better on their squad. They're capable of putting up numbers, in particular in this house. So we'll pay attention to that moving forward.
And they've got experience as well. This is a team that's been together for 2 and 3 years now, in some cases with their veteran bowlers on this team. So they definitely have the experience. They know what it takes. Yeah, I remember a match here just a couple of years ago when it was Shaw and Chalmette in this 4-5 match, much as we're looking at here, and it came down to 1 shot, and that was the coach's son, Scott Vidros, who got up and threw a double in the 10th frame to be able to win the match. Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything came on that. If he didn't strike, they were going to lose the match, and if he did strike, they were going to win the match. And that's what it can come down to in this. Even though sometimes the score doesn't always reflect that, it's that crazy that it comes down after 18 games being bowled. It can come down to 1 shot. It's that kind of competitive.
Very much so. And then, of course, Brother Martin and Holy Rosary, as we talked about earlier, certainly looks like a one-sided match in terms of depth, but always fun to watch the Dupuy brothers go at it in a 5 and 6 hole for Holy Rosary, and, of course, Benton Dupuy for Brother Martin, so they'll have an opportunity to go head-to-head in that matchup. Certainly a definitive edge to Brother Martin in that match, a definitive edge to Archbishop Shaw against St. Augustine, and the other 2 boys' matches basically can be considered within the margin of error, toss-up type matches. Holy Cross Jesuit and Salman and Archbishop Rummel. On the girls' side, you got Cabrini bowling Chalmette, the edge to Cabrini, but you wonder about the fact that they have to bowl a 3rd match in a row.
No doubt, and that's an unknown, really, as you go to look at this, how that plays into it. Look, I would not. We're talking about Shaw bowled St. Aug, I believe it was here last Monday. It's 4-4 at the end of game one. So it is a match that is very, very tight early on. And Shaw just used their depth and drew away at that point. But look, you don't know what kind of performance you're going to get if St. Aug can maintain what they did, early on in that match and some of the performances they had early on here today, and they are certainly capable at any point if they put it together. And we've seen what they can do at different times. That could be a very competitive match in the 2-7 match as well.
No question. So that's the setup. And again, to reiterate what we've spoken about earlier on the webcast here at SportsNOLA.com, the 4 winners of the boys' matches advance to the regional round in Baton Rouge next Tuesday. 3 girls' teams advance. We already know 2 of those, Academy of Our Lady and Archbishop Chappelle. They came in as the 1 and 2 seeds, and they both won their matches to advance. And now it will be Cabrini and Chalmette to decide the 3rd and final spot on the girls' side of the region.
We probably have people just joining us. Let's take a look at the format for how these matches work as well, Ken, because if you're not familiar with high school bowling, and we mentioned earlier, we probably got some people who are tuning into high school bowling for the first time today because their schools are bowling. It's basically it's a race to 14 is what you're trying to do. You need to get 14 points. It's a 3-game match. There's 6 players in the lineup. You're going to see 3 players for each team bowling on the left-hand pair of lanes, 3 players for each team bowling on the right-hand pair of lanes. There's two matches going on, or two pairs of lanes being used at the same time, 4 lanes at once. You're going after 1 point per individual match, head-to-head across from each other in each game. The total pins counts for 2 points, and then what we call the super total over the whole match is worth 3 points. So it's a total of 27 points at stake in each match. So it takes 14 to be able to win. That is the magic number you're trying to reach. And unlike some other sports, you can conceivably clinch your match in 2 games. It's over. But you still have to bowl out the 3rd game. You still have to put a lineup out there for game 3. So not unlike sports like baseball and football and basketball have a set amount of innings or a set amount of minutes or whatever the case may be, you've got to finish the match in that case. We're just about set to go. The teams are getting final instructions from their coaches. And so we'll get ready. All these teams getting ready to get it underway. We're hearing
they all have their huddles and they all break them. This is competitive sport just like any other sport, so that's what you get. Always fun to listen to that, and good to see the spirit of camaraderie existing.
No doubt.
With the teams. Salman tried to out-yell everybody. I think they won the yell-off.
There you go.
So
there you go.
Spartans have the early edge.
Well, there's a strike on the board in the. I wonder if they got to take that away or whatever. There's a strike on the board for Rummel in the 4 spot. I'm sure they'll probably reset here in a minute because there's no arrows up just yet. So let's see if they reset it.
Kind of put the pressure on there, whoever.
There you go. There you go. This is a lot of fun. No other sport, with maybe the exception of tennis, do you see all of these matches with all of these schools going on at the same time, and a chance to keep up with everything that is going on in your sport, all at one time, and that's what I enjoy about this. In a very intimate setting here, AMF is a large house, but still, this is not like going to a Joe Yenny Stadium, perhaps, or a Tad Gormley Stadium, where you've got a massive setting where the crowd is set well back. You are right on top of the action here at AMF, and we are happy once again to bring it to you.
No doubt, looking forward to it, and got that X off the board, so we'll be starting momentarily. Matches are starting around us. This one hasn't started for some reason, although the others are already getting started to our left, and we'll keep you posted on what happens between Jesuit Holy Cross, Brother Martin Holy Rosary, St. Augustine and Shaw, and Cabrini and Chalmette's girls.
Yeah, I think they've got to reverse the arrows on these pairs that had matches earlier. They're thinking it's the 4th game, so it's the arrows are pointing the wrong way, where they should reality be starting on the lane that they're listed, but it's pointing in the other direction. Of course, they alternate lanes every frame, and then when you get to the 2nd game, you start on the other lane.
Now they're fixed, and we're set to go here in these matches in the 2nd round, as it were, and we focus here on Salman against Archbishop Rummel. And Salman's got a good program, and they've been fun to watch this year. One of the things they've done is they've videoed some of their own matches this year so that they could get some exposure and also improve their games in the process. That means dedication is pretty cool.
No doubt. They've been Facebook Living a lot of their coverage, and also and this is only the second year of their program, so obviously there's a lot of excitement about what they've done in a short period of time over there.
No doubt. So we're underway here, and Sarah Howell strikes right away for Salman. Very impressive bowler. And we get a strike right away for Rommel from Quinn Cadella. So right away we get a good start for both of these squads to get things rolling here. We'll set the bowlers on 13 and 14 for Rommel. It's Quinn Cadella, Luke Hightower, Reggie Majerez. For Salman, it's Rashad Lewis, Terrence Jenkins, and DeVere McLaughlin. On lanes 15 and 16 for Rommel, it is Peyton Hicks, Ruben Gendron, and Trevor Maggio. For Salman, it's Sarah Howell, Hunter Wynn, and Brandon Wynn. A strike delivered here for Rommel by Luke Hightower on lane 13. So you get strikes being delivered on both lanes, on both sets thus far.
And as we talked about, if there were to be an advantage, okay, it's Rommel on the left hand,
the low pit, yes.
Yeah, 13 and 14, and it's Salman on 15
Definitely.
and 16, based surely on averages, and it's very tight.
I think that's accurate based on
Yeah.
what I've seen this year as well. Not just the averages, but passing the eye test. We've not been able to watch. Nice conversion by Brandon Wynn on lane 16 for Salman. Beautiful revolution and a strike for Salman in the third spot, which is DeVere McLaughlin.
Yeah. And we've talked, Ken, in the course of the afternoon here about one-handed versus two-hand. What you're going to see a lot of that in play here. Salman's got a number of two-handed bowlers. Rummel's primarily one-handed. So it's
strikes delivered by Brandon Wynn, the anchor man for Salman, and by Ruben Gendron for Rommel. So quite a few strikes early on. And another strike delivered here by Salman. So strikes galore early. Maggio for Rommel throws a split. So that'll certainly open the door.
2-8-10, not the way you wanted to start.
2-8-10, not Maggio. I'm sorry, but that's their four-hole bowler. That is Peyton Hicks. Maggio's on the right lane. Is that correct? Yeah.
No,
I had it right.
Other
Now
way
they
around.
flipped the arrows. They messed me up. That's Maggio on the left lane. So, again, the arrows were messed up to start with, but now they're corrected. So I stand corrected, correcting my correction, whatever that means.
Good start for Quinn Cadella in the one hole with a double today, by the way, his 16th birthday. So
there you go.
Be a nice birthday present to advance to the bi-regional.
So just a sophomore.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep.
So there you go.
And there's some,
long line of Cadellas at Archbishop Rummel.
No doubt about it.
If your name's Cadella, you must have gone to Rummel. I'm thinking that's probably the case.
I think you went to school with one. I went to school with one. They're all and they're still there. So it's we're talking we're talking spanning multiple generations there.
Really good start for Terrence Jenkins, who's ripped two covers off the ball and double for Salman in the two spot on lanes 13 and 14. So he's off to a very good start. And a strike delivered by Reggie Majerez, who's an improved bowler for Rummel, and a 10-pin left for Rummel's five-hole bowler, Ruben Gendron, on lane 16. So just to keep you updated on what's going on early on in the match. Too early to tell you about an advantage. But a lot of good shots being made early on both sides, as we kind of expected. The condition here, typically speaking at AMF All Star Lanes, a little bit forgiving. Not totally forgiving. It's not like you just throw the ball as far left or right as you want to expect to get it back. But you can if you have revolutions. That can definitely happen. Typically here, just to give you some perspective, in terms of a shot, you want to throw the ball anywhere from the 10th board to about the 6th board. That's typically the angle of attack you want to take on either side that gives you the best angle to the pocket. And most players who bowl here a lot understand that. A strike for Maggio here for Rummel in his second frame. So early on, again, kind of what we expected. Slight edge to Rummel in the low pit, slight edge to Salman in the high pit to this point. But again, it's very early. And that's going to be the difference right there. Spare shooting. Can you shoot spares? That's going to be huge. This is the best bowlers for Salman, and you can see why.
Wow. And Brother Martin quickly establishing dominance, Ken. In their first 16 shots across the two pair of lanes, they've thrown 14 strikes.
And a three-bagger for right out of the box for Terrence Jenkins of Salman, who comes out just throwing flames as Sarah Howell crosses over and gets a Brooklyn strike on her side. So 3 in a row for Harris, and the first 2 for Brandon Wynn for Salman, as they're throwing some strikes early on in this match, and a break strike here for Rummel in the 4 spot with Peyton Hicks, who's off to a slow start but gets a break there. And a spare for Cadella. Keeps himself clear. Now DeVere McLaughlin as Hunter Wynn strikes for Salman. McLaughlin with a 9 count. So, again, you're going to see a lot of strikes from these teams. They're capable of doing that. But ultimately, it's going to get down to who can make spares to determine what figures to be a close match. That's a nice pitch right up the boards. You can't throw it better than that. Then Jenner just threw it, and then a strike on the other pair on 13 and 14 for Rummel as well, thrown by that through-hole bowler, Majerus.
And we'll show you. Yeah, we'll show you.
There's a three-bagger for Wynn.
Yeah,
so out of the box, Brandon Wynn's got 3 in a row. Terrence Jenkins 3 in a row for Salman.
Yeah, and Luke Hightower with 3 in a row for Rummel. So a good start on both fronts. Look, when we show you the scoreboards as well, there's a designated visiting team and a designated home team in these matches. The home team today in this regional tournament is the higher seed. Salman is the 4 seed. And we mentioned it was a 3-way tie for second. Salman lost the tiebreaker. So they are the designated home team. So when we show you the scoreboards, you'll see the H's up there for Salman's bowlers and the V's for the visiting team for Rummel.
No question. Maggio left a 7-pin for Rummel. And here's a big miss for Rummel, a gutter ball by Cadell. That's huge pin count and a miss by Maggio. So big swing to Salman with 2 shots there. When you go 0 on a spare, that's 10 pins lost. And Jenkins almost gets the 4-bagger. Couldn't whip the 4-pin, but he's off to a great start. When you have your 2-hole bowler throwing a ball like that, you're going to be in good shape.
And both of them are, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And of course, look, this was a very tight match the first time these teams met. Way back, that was back in late January, I guess. But that's a long time ago in the course of a bowling season. These teams bowled 11, 12 regular season matches.
Sarah Howell's always going to keep things in line. She's very accurate. Again, speed is always going to be one thing you watch for with her, but she is really accurate with what she has. And Hicks is off to a slow start here, and he misses the spare here. So that's a rough start in the 4-hole for Rummel. When you count on those bowlers to bowl scores, and he's off to 46 and 4 frames, which is not going to get it done in a match like this. Beautiful shot. Harris is just lined up. Just continues to mow him down. So certainly an edge to Salman early on based on the looks of things with the strikes they're able to throw. And again, you saw a big swing with a gutter ball and a spare and a miss, and then a missed spare. That's a simultaneous.
Yeah, that's effectively that gutter ball and a spare. That effectively turned into what was 2 open frames at that point. Remember in the old days?
That's as unfortunate as it'll ever get. That's just a bad rack. Stone 8-pin, right? Just a perfect shot. That's the one unforgiving tap there is, and that cost you 11 pins or more.
No doubt. You remember in the old days, Ken, when we actually had to keep score by hand instead of using automatic scores, and we'd count up marks. If you had a bad count on a spare, like less than 5 or whatever, you took away a mark because you lost the advantage of that pin count that you had out there. So it's not just about spare shooting. It's about just avoiding mistakes. And you put the doubles together and fill boxes.
All right, let's watch Brandon Wynn here, who's on a 3-bagger to start. One of the best bowlers in this league. Another 15. One of the 2-handed artists on lane 15, and he's got 4 in a row. So Wynn is off stroking, and Salman with the definitive edge early with a lot of strikes that they've put together.
And what's interesting is Brandon Wynn uses a 2-handed style, and Hunter Wynn bowls 1-handed.
And there's a bad miss by Maggio. So Rummel's off to a very bad start on 15 and 16, where they have 2 bowlers that are really struggling to start this match.
But you look at this, and they've got an edge in 2 or 3 matches on the low pair, 13 and 14. So right now, if you're just looking at individual matches, each team's up in 3 early on.
No doubt. All about the match play, certainly that makes the difference here.
And at least at this point, what we saw in the girls' match earlier between Chappelle and Cabrini, where we saw so many close matches, we're not seeing a lot of close matches right now.
No, and Rummel continuing to struggle on 15 and 16. Off to a very, very shaky start.
Caught a break there.
And boy, he gets a 5-bagger.
Yeah, that was a break, and crossed over to the Brooklyn side.
So what a start we have here for Salman. 2 bowlers who have struck on every shot already.
And we'll focus on Hunter Wynn here, stepping up on.
And a 5-10 in the 1-3 pocket. A 5-10 left for Rummel by Gendron, which you don't see. There's another strike for Salman. So Salman throwing a lot of strikes, and now we'll watch Brandon Wynn as he steps up. perfect thus far, along with Terrence Jenkins. For the Spartans, we're off and rolling here. Wynn can give it as much room as he wants. And there it is.
Wow.
He crushes it, and he's got the first 5. So Brandon Wynn off to a fabulous start here for Salman. Spartans building up a lot of pins on the high pair. There's a trip forward, didn't go down for Cadella. Pretty good shot, but wasn't able to get the break on the wall shot. He's up in his match. Mentioned Rummel up in 2 matches on lanes 13 and 14, but Salman in control on lanes 15 and 16. Up by a lot in 2 matches there. Crossover strike there for Hicks for Rummel.
And
a spare for Cadella.
Total pins are important. We can't underemphasize that. You're trying to win your match, but total pins are important. So even if you're in a situation where you're losing your match, you've still got to try to get what you can get to help the cause in terms of total pins.
Maggio with a strike for Rummel. He'll need all he can get just to stay in the same area code as Wynn at this point, the way Wynn has opened this game.
We've got 2 Brother Martin bowlers on big strings right now. Got one with front 6, one with the front 7.
Sarah Howell doubles for Salman. Perfect shot. That's Brother Martin, the best team by far, not only in this league but in the state, as they continue to rip and roar. Just a brilliant program, top to bottom, with outstanding bowlers, and we'll follow that closely. We got 2 bowlers here with every strike. 6 in a row for Terrence Jenkins, and that's the number 2 bowler for Salman. You don't see that out of 2 holes.
He's a 170 average bowler, so it's
strike delivered here by Maggio. It gives him a double. And again, the matches are even, but the pin's clearly to Salman with all the strikes that they have.
So far, exactly, because they've built in their 3 leads, they are much bigger than Rummel's 3 leads at this point.
And we'll get a chance to see Brandon Wynn coming up momentarily, looking for 6 in a row. Terrence Jenkins already has the first 6 for Salman on the other pair. Good spare delivered there. That's always important to make spares. Majerus does that for Rummel. Now Cadella on lane 13. Wide with that shot, but he gets it back and leaves a 10-pin. Wynn leaves the 8-pin, so he's a little bit light and can't quite trip out the 8. So Wynn's streak ends at 5 in a row to start the game. Sarah Howell on a double on lane 16, looking for 3 in a row. Perfect shot, left a solid 10. Good shot by Howell. Now Rashad Lewis trying to get something going for Salman on lane 14 in the 1 spot. Another 2-handed offering. And
I believe that's Brenton Dupuy over on lanes 7 and 8. We may have to get a sneak peek of that. He's got the front 8 down there.
We're going to have to go check it out here momentarily to see what we got and focus in on it. As Cadella struggles to make the 10-pin, can't make it here. And again, pins the issue for Rummel in these matches. Salman definitely with the edge. Just crossing too many boards with that 2-hand shot.
Right,
Sarah Howell, meanwhile, look at that perfect execution to make the 10-pin. Good bowler. And a big split here. Delivered by Rummel's number 2 bowler, Hightower, who's been bowling pretty solid. Here is Jenkins. 4-pin stands. So 6 in a row to start the game and a 4-pin. Tripped out to 7. Couldn't get the 4, though. And Hunter Wynn light and leaves a baby split. Jenkins for the spare. Well done. So he takes care of business, and he's got a really good game going. There's another baby split. We're seeing a lot of those here. Typically when that happens, you're just not getting any wall action, or you're a little bit light on arrival in terms of your ball driving through. We've seen quite a bit of that in the matches we've watched here this afternoon on both the boys and girls sides of things.
It should be Brenton Dupuy coming up on lane 8 in a moment. We turn our attention there right after.
Yeah, I'll give
right after Alex makes the spare here. Turn our attention over to lane 8 for a moment if we can. For Brother Martin, that'll be Brenton Dupuy getting ready to go after number 9 in a row.
So he's up now. Got the first 8 strikes. Dupuy,
half
10 pin. So left the 10 pin with the first 8. Great start. He'll get a nice applause anyway for his effort. Well done.
Another one of the Brother Martin bowlers on the other pair had the front 7, but just lost it on I believe, a washout. So Crusaders
doing what they do.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason they have won 46 matches in a row.
Good effort there, trying to make a 4-7-10 split, but unable to convert for Rummel was Gendron.
And that's a tight match now at the number 5 spot. It's just a one-pin
match. Yeah, clearly an edge for Salman here. At this point, they're in control of this game. But it's not over. The strike delivered by Maggio, so he's finding his game with a triple.
Yeah, and look, he's trying to cut into the deficit.
That's what it's all about.
It's going to be hard to come all the way back and win, but you just want to cut into that 10 margin where you can.
Yeah, nice shot there, but no break at all for Rummel's Peyton Hicks. Left the 7 pin on a good shot. And now Howell on lane 15. She's been accurate as can be, and she is again. But dead on arrival, no chance to get anything out of there, so she leaves the 5-7, despite a pretty good location. And then a spare up for Rummel on lane 14 is conversion by Luke Hightower. There's no way in the world he can catch Jenkins, but again, it's all about pin count and the ability to close the gap a little bit. That's what Rummel's trying to do in like 2 or 3 of these matches because they're well down.
Yeah, it's about a 100-pin spread right now.
Sarah Howell trying to make this. She gave it room and just missed it. Good effort by Sarah Howell nonetheless. And there's another bad rack that cost Rummel a strike. That's all about a rack. There's nothing you can do about that. You can see the off spot 1-3. 3 pin was off and therefore doesn't get the 9 pin on a perfect shot.
5 chops off the 9.
Correct. Just a bad break. On lane 14, nothing you can do about that. Cadella delivers a strike.
There's a big spare shot coming up for Gendron in the 5 spot for Rummel. They need this spare to be able to keep pace and maintain a 1-pin lead in that match.
Brandon Wynn, who had the 1 hit he lost, otherwise he struck every frame up on lane 15, sends it wide and kicks out the 10.
Wow, that is
beautifully done. Beautifully done by Brandon Wynn. Gendron's spare attempt is a good one as he makes it. And another flush hit, but again, another bad. That's nothing you can say about it, but the rack's offset every time on that lane. A perfect shot by Lewis and no result on lane 14. Just bad luck.
Yeah, the good news is both teams have to bowl on it, so
that's
they'll both feel the effects.
Absolutely. Completely fair. Sad that you got it, but it's fair. Lewis again, just trying to cross too many boards. You gotta throw a little bit harder on those spare shots. It's all about accuracy on spares. Finding a location that you need to find. Nice spare there. Taken care of by Majerus. And a nice strike delivered by almost Maggio, who's really got his game going now. But again, he's way behind the efforts of Brandon Wynn, who's just been lights out here early on.
If you're Rummel, you want to get out of this down 5-3.
Not going to do it that way. A big 4 split is really going to hurt there. In a match that was close, Gendron now will find himself clearly behind as a result of that. And he gets a little coaching in the process from J.L. Van Gilder. Laughlin leaves the bucket. Gendron just opened the door wide open for Hunter Wynn, who's got to strike up. He can step up in the 9th and pretty much put it away. So an 8 out for Gendron. He's better than he's bowled this game.
That's 3 straight splits he's had on lane 15.
And there's a big double thrown by Lewis. Big because it's pins. He's not going to win, but he just makes up a lot of pins with a double.
No doubt.
And a good spare there for Salman as well.
Rummel in control at 1 and 3, but
Maggio's found his game, no doubt about that. He's locating the ball very well now. Hunter Wynn leaves a 10 pin, so that match is still in play in the 5 spot. 10 pin's not an easy conversion. Here's Rashad Lewis on 13 trying to finish off, striking out in the 10th. Nice cover by Wynn. That's a big cover for him. So he maintains a solid edge as a result. That'll force at least a double in the 10th frame by Gendron to have a chance.
It's a 15-pin lead
Correct.
at this point. Or, excuse me, yeah, 15.
That's right. And another big split here for Rummel. That's a big, again, this is going to go the way of Salman. It's a matter of how much and what the margin's going to be. As Brandon Wynn leaves a 4-pin on another good shot. As we glance around and we see both anchormen bowling well, and for Shaw and St. Augustine, Jordan Hunter bowling an outstanding game, and Dylan Chesterman bowling well for Shaw, per usual.
That's got a chance to be one in the 270s, one in the 250s.
Yeah, Cadella splits in the 10, so there goes pins for Rummel. Lewis made up something like 28 to 30 pins in one frame there. Cadella wins a match, but lost a ton of pins in the process. Still gets a win in his match. But again, the pins are definitely going the way of Salman all the way, so goes without saying.
Salman is going to win at 2, 4, and 6.
Well, they're going to get a 250-something game from their 2-hole bowler. When that happens, you're going to win. It's that simple. I mean, what a great game bowled by Jenkins.
170 average he came in with.
258.
258.
That's
with a gutter ball, mind you.
That's what will win matches for you. Brilliant effort by Jenkins to shoot 258.
And look, nothing. Luke Hightower did his part. He's got a chance to shoot 200 here. Certainly in position to do it. Strike here, he can be at 210.
Good shot. Slaps out the 10. Sarah Howells on 195. She's done her usual outstanding job. Just consistent as can be. So Hightower will indeed be in the 2 teens. He's bowled a good game. Just not enough against a tremendous game by Jenkins. Sarah Howell finishes up with a perfect shot.
Wow.
Leaves a 7-pin.
Wow.
Can't do anything better than that. Great shot. Nice shot there to leave the 4-pin, but a good fill ball nonetheless. Maggio stones at 10. Or not Maggio, Hicks stones at 10, pardon me. So a 2-12 game delivered by Luke Hightower for Rummel. Good game. Despite bowling 212, we lose by 46 pins. That's tough. Hunter Wynn slaps the 10-pin. He needs a mark to win that match. Made the 10-pin his last time up.
Maharis has got a chance to
Maharis
finish.
strikes?
Yeah, got a chance to finish with a 200 here if he gets another strike, which would be...
Gendron must strike to have any chance here, and he does. But if Wynn makes this, he wins the match, and he's made it. So Salman wins that match.
So it's now going to be 6-2, it appears, at the end of this opening match.
Yeah, Salman will be up in solid fashion, 6-2 after one match at this look. Nice shot here for a 7-10. Thanks a lot, right?
Good place
Like a
for
good
when
shot.
you're on the when you're in the 10th frame in a fill ball situation.
And a good shot by Hunter Wynn. He's wrapped up his match. Big shot in this match was the big 4 left by Gendron in the 9th frame.
That helps swing that point.
Yep.
In the other direction.
So Gendron finishing up. He'll end up at about 156, it appears. A 193 game delivered by Maharis. Good game for the 3-hole. As Rummel does win 2 of the 3 in the low pit, but again in the high pit they get shut out. It's what we talked about before the match. As a strike for Brandon Wynn has him at least at 240s, and he could end up in the 250s here. So outstanding. So outstanding for sure.
Looks like we got a
we'll
possible
check it out.
300 in the works here.
Yeah, I'll let you go check it out.
Looks like the front 10.
Yeah, go check it out.
Over on lane 4, that would be Bryan Arena in the anchor spot for Holy Cross. We'll go check it out.
Go ahead, I'll let you go take a look as we watch into this.
We can swing over by lane 4. Lane 4, we got a possible 300 in the works.
Yes, for Holy Cross. It's probably Bryan Arena. We'll have Lenny check it out and give you the story here as Wynn is making his next shot, crosses over, and he'll end up with a 5-pin, so he'll try to convert that. Maggio for Rummel, trying to finish strong. He slaps out the 10 and gets another carry, so he's finishing out nicely. He's bowling a good game after a slow start. But he was never going to catch Wynn after the slow start with the way Wynn had performed in that game. So, again, very, very impressive game bowled here by Brandon Wynn and by Salman in game one. 248 for Brandon Wynn. The Salman's going to wrap up a 6-2 victory here in game one as they sweep lanes 15 and 16. Maggio leaves a 10-pin. Good shot, just wasn't able to carry. But he'll shoot 214. Another good game, but just unable to get it done. And Arena did not strike, I think. I could hear the reaction, unfortunately. We'll get the story from Lenny coming back in a moment. Maggio to finish this one up. And makes the spare. So Maggio bowls a 214 game, a good game after a rough start. But he was able to close it out in good fashion. But Salman bowls an 11:36 to take this game in convincing fashion. 10:61 for Rummel. So that's a 75-pin lead for the Spartans after one. And they lead this 6-2. So Salman up 6-2 after one. That's a solid victory. Anytime you get 6 points or more, you put yourself in a very solid position. You win 7 points in a game, it's a commanding position. You win 8, that's obvious. So Salman off to a very good start here. Not a bad game for Rummel, but they need better productivity, in particular out of their 4 and 5 spots. Going to need to have more than they got there. And as for Salman, when you get a 258 from your number 2 bowler, that's going to win you a game. It's automatic. Now you wouldn't expect that could be repeated continuously, but considering the way he bowled the first game, he certainly has a great shot to bowl very well moving forward. We'll capture the other results for you as we move forward and let you know what's happening. Ryan Arena shot 299. My goodness. So just missed a 300 game. Did Brian Arena, the anchor man for Holy Cross. Fantastic game for Brian, who's capable of shooting big games. We've seen that happen during the course of the year. Brian averaging 187 coming in. But again, really impressive game here, and a guy that has been good all season long for a good team. So a 299 game for Brian Arena, who, by the way, had shot 268 earlier in this league. One of the higher games. And had a 685 series to his credit. So he's done some really good things before. And again, doing well here. So not a shock that Brian Arena could bowl that well as he did here in game one. Very impressive. By the way, in the St. Augustine Shaw match, Jordan Hunter shot 276. Dylan Chesterman shot 254. Cadence Chesterman shot 259 for Shaw. So the Chestermans just went off. Lenny's rejoining us now, so we'll get the take here.
That was Matthew Collins in the 5-hole. Okay. 259. We've seen just some unbelievable scores here early on. Brother Martin is up 8-0 over Holy Rosary. We told you about their early efforts. They shot 1395 as a team in game one.
That's
big
unreal.
Score, 6 200 games.
That'll do it.
4 of them over 230. Now 3 over 240.
One of the things I know very implicitly about this bowling center is that the low end of the house scores better than the high end of the house. This league is bowled on the high end this year, whereas in previous years they have bowled on the low end. But the low end of this house has always scored better, always.
Yeah. And this is what normally ends up happening as we found in the playoffs. They'll bowl the league on the high end of the house, and then when we get to this time of year, they come to the low end. Taking a quick look at what's happened in the girls' match thus far, it appears to be a good start for Cabrini against Chalmette.
Yeah, they won all 3 matches in the first bit, even though they didn't bowl well. Obviously tired.
They're going to win at 4. They're going to win at 5, and 6 is very close.
Yeah, so they're going to be a 7-1 or an 8-0 match, it looks like, for Cabrini, which is no surprise the winner advances to the regional round. Game 1, Salman wins 6-2. They win by 75 pins total.
Let's update the team scores for you here across the board. On lanes 1 and 2, we documented the near 300 by Arena, leaving the 9-pin and the 12 for 299. Holy Cross with just a 5-3 lead over Jesuit, though. It's still they split the 6 matches and Holy Cross won total, thanks in large part to the efforts of Mr. Arena. Brother Martin, we mentioned, is an 8-0 lead over Holy Rosary. Archbishop Shaw, a 6-2 lead over St. Augustine, and of course you mentioned 6-2 here. in our featured match.
Salman starts with 3 straight strikes on lanes 15 and 16 in their high pit. Again, that's where they had definitive advantage in game 1. And Rommel started with his first 2 strikes and their first 3 as Maggio continues to line them up. He shot .213 the first game, but of course he was up against Wynn. He had a 46 in the 4th frame and shot .213.
He was struggling early, but found his line, and he's one of those guys that can repeat it, and string them together, which is obviously a big advantage.
Yeah, Rommel's chance to win this match is going to be they're going to have to be competitive on lanes 15 and 16. They're going to have to win on lanes 13 and 14.
Yeah.
That's simple. Sarah Howell with a double to start her game. Just so impressed with her game. She's not big. She doesn't throw it hard. She just executes beautifully. Really
Talk
impressive.
about repeating a shot. She will throw the same
Absolutely.
shot time and time again.
No question about it. And a strike delivered here for Rommel in the 3 spot by Majerez. Hicks pulls a spare shot. He missed it badly. So no chance to compete that way. They're going to have to be much better on 15 and 16. Again, you can see the difference here as Wynn strikes again for Salman. Salman has a great chance here that they can get hot this game and maybe all but put this one away. Rommel has to stay close.
Yeah. If you're Rommel, you need at least a 5-3, if not a 6-2 kind of match right here to turn this thing back in your favor. And there's Eric Martin now bowling leadoff for Salman. They made a change in the top spot of their lineup.
And a strong shot, but a 10-pin solid left by Gendron, and response by Wynn as a strike. So Salman has thrown 6 shots on lanes 15 and 16, all strikes.
Wow.
They are off to a roaring start in game 2 after winning game 1. So very impressive are the Spartans, especially on the high pair. Gendron taking a lot of time on the spare shot. There's no way he's going to make that. His angle's poor on that shot, Lenny. You can't line up that far right and shoot the 10-pin.
He usually does that, though, because he's able to keep it very straight. He's had some success with it, but you do take a lot of your margin for error out shooting it from that angle. I always emphasize with my son when he bowls, you get to the left when you shoot, spares to the right. You get to the right when you shoot, spares to the left. Maximize the angle that you allow yourself. It's simple geometry.
Maggio with a double to start his match for Rommel, but again, Rommel well behind on lanes 15 and 16 already to start game 3, and Salman competing on lanes 13 and 14. So early synopsis of this one is Salman's got a definitive edge in this match.
Yeah, they are making shots on lanes 15 and 16. That is where you would think
and
they
Sarah
have the
Howell opens with a triple. So just an outstanding execution on the part of Howell. And for that matter, the Wynn brothers, too. I mean, look at this. They've got 8 strikes in a row to start, or 7 strikes in a row, to start. And there's another spare miss by Rommel and Hicks. So this one could get out of hand early. Solid 9-pin by Hunter Wynn. That would have really opened the door, and another open frame coming for Rommel on lanes 13 and 14. So we thought this might be the best match, which is why we're here, but it may not be that way. Other matches may end up being better. In particular, the Holy Cross Jesuit match.
Holy Cross Jesuit
figured
is 5-3.
to be a good match.
Yeah, Jesuit winning, like we said, 3 of the 6 matches. Holy Cross took total, thanks in large part to those efforts of Arena in the 6th spot in his 299 game.
Salman in total control early on in their match here in match number 2. Really taking care of business on both pairs at this point in time as they finally didn't strike a 9 count for Hunter Wynn, but he covered the spare. And don't underestimate that. Brandon Wynn going for 3. Bam, yeah, I saw it. So 3 in a row for Brandon Wynn. Salman looking really good. As Dave Morrow and Phil Greco were conversing here. Meeting of the minds, another missed spare for Rommel. So it starts to become a team thing. You start to deflate a little bit when things aren't going your way.
And look, just like we were talking about earlier about momentum, we saw the momentum that perhaps Cabrini got in the match against Chappelle when they flipped those 2 matches late and turned what could have been a 7-1 first game into 5-3. Momentum is not just an individual thing. It's a team thing. One guy misses a spare, the next guy misses a spare. One guy makes a bad shot, next guy makes a bad shot. You got to revert, and it can work the other way too. One guy makes a good shot, then the next guy makes a good shot. You start to build off of that. Even though you're competing, there's no defense, and there's no controlling what the other guy does. There's no question that one bowler feeds off the other.
Rommel struggling mightily here as they just can't get anything going. Maggio had a double to start, but came up high on his shot and barely makes the spare. They are missing spares. They're throwing splits, and other than that, it's been all Salman.
Yeah, long way to go to turn it around, but it's you're right. That's where it becomes difficult. Just trying to reverse the trend.
Right, because they're already down 6-2 and down 75 pins, and they needed not only to win this game but to make up pins, and you can't miss a 4-pin standing up like that. That's just not going to get it done. Here's Sarah Howell going for 4 in a row on 16 and high. That's where the speed will get you occasionally, and the ball looks like it's in line, but it comes up a little bit too high at the end because of the speed factor. Unable to convert.
She's still got a big advantage in her match, though, even with that split. Another split.
And another split by Gender. They just Rummel's just collectively collapsing. Nothing happening for them. Nothing. And Salman trying to take full advantage. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
7-10 in the pocket.
Wow, lane 13.
lane
Just 13. A tough break for Terrence Jenkins. He made a great shot and left the 7-10 in the pocket.
Again, Rummel's inability to make a spares. Unbelievable. Another 7-pin missed badly. So they just are unable to get anything going here whatsoever. First game, they were much more competitive than this.
Yes.
They're in danger of getting blown out here. And you give Salman a lot of credit because they maintain a high level and putting pressure on.
That you say that, and yet at the same time, in spite of their struggles, Rummel is up at 1. Mm-hmm. They're even at 3.
And there's a Greek church. Forget that. No shot.
Well, now they're down at 3. But no, it takes one guy and one shot just to try to reverse the trend. And that's what needs to happen right now. It's like we said, it works both ways.
Nice strike delivered there. And that gets Salman's one-hole bowler Martin.
It's kind of unique. Either Martin right-handed, but throws it like a left-hander. We call it a backup ball.
Yeah.
And it's an odd angle. Normally you won't see that kind of an angle out of a backup ball. He's playing along the left-hand gutter.
And the split theme continues for Rummel. Splits all over the place, and another strike for Salman. As mentioned, this one has the makings of a blowout early on. As mentioned, when you win 6-2, that's a very solid win. You win 7, it's hard to overcome. You win 8, forget it. You're going to win the match. It's typically you build up a bunch of pins in the process as well. And another missed spare. So a bunch of splits and a bunch of missed spares. A terrible combination for Archbishop Rummel. And another strike for Salman. And the Spartans rolling here.
Building up the strikes right now.
And even when you throw one good, as Hicks just did, you leave a 7-pin. Yeah. So it's been one of those. It's been one of those. Here's another stone 7-pin for Rummel left on a really good shot by Hightower. So we'll start to pay attention to some other matches if this one gets a little bit out of hand. Right now, Cabrini in control of its match over Chalmette, as was anticipated. There's a gutter ball for Rummel. So again, it's just completely.
Yeah, it's
downhill for Rummel.
Yeah, it's one of those things. We don't want to keep repeating the same thing.
And another missed spare. I mean, they just collectively collapse.
Right. It's one of those things. It's it's like a ball rolling downhill. You've got to stop the ball from rolling downhill and reverse it. To make something happen in the other direction.
Meanwhile, Archbishop Shaw's look good, as I suggested. They were a team to watch. I think that's definitely the case, especially in this house. They've continued to bowl well early on in their match.
Well, their depth is solid. I mean, they've got the front 4 in the number 3 spot right now. They've got early lead in the number 4 spot.
Finally, a strike for Rummel.
Yeah, Hunter, after the great first game, got off to a bad start. Back-to-back opens to start the game.
And another 10-pin left by Gendron and another miss. And again, at that angle, he's got to be dead perfect to make it. He's not giving himself any room whatsoever.
That was a tough conversion there, the 1-2-4-8 for Rummel. That's a good turnaround right there. And then a strikeout of the 2-hole. Trying to turn some things around, at least on the left-hand pair.
And a good shot by Maggio, but he wraps the 10-pin. Unable to get the 10 out of there. Here's a miss by Wynn on the 10-pin. 10 pins can befuddle right-handed bowlers, just like 7 pins can do the same for left-handers. Good stroke there, and gets the strike. So a strike on lane 14 for Rummel by Majerez.
That's Quentin Bully of Archbishop Shaw with the front 5 over on lanes 9 and 10.
Well, he's another one that can shoot big scores.
Yeah.
I've watched him do that.
Yeah, and he's in their 4th spot in the lineup, but
Right.
the number 3 hole. But he's a 180 average bowler bowling in that spot. And a big start for Cody Schaefer. He's got the front 7. The front 7 over on lanes 7 and 8. So a lot of strikes being thrown across this center this afternoon.
Sarah Howell on lane 16 comes up high and splits. Again, it's all about speed for her. She's not going to break up splits when she goes through the nose because she doesn't have any real speed to speak of. And there's another bad missed spare. So the spare shooting for Rummel's been just poor. I mean, they're better than that.
No doubt.
They're
No
better
doubt.
than that, and they
No
just
doubt.
haven't bowled like it.
No doubt. It's turned into, if you will, an epidemic of sorts.
Salman clearly in control here. Still a ways to go in the game, but they've got to like the position they're in right now. I'm not sure what that was on lane 14, but I don't know that he knew what it was. Came back grimacing. We've seen a few gutter balls.
Got to be further to the left than that. He was about the 3rd arrow. When the better shots we've seen him throw, it's been out around the 1st arrow.
And that sums up Rummel. I mean, even when they make a good shot, they can't carry.
Yeah,
Gendron leaves a 7-pin after leaving 10 pins that he wasn't able to convert, and Wynn strikes here on lane 16. Almost came back and got the spare after a gutter ball.
McLaughlin, after an open, has thrown 3 in a row as he's taken the lead in the 3rd spot right now.
And another missed spare by Gender. I mean, it's just collective collapse. They've just totally lost confidence, and they start to feel it slipping away. You lose and you're out. You're done.
Well, that's, and you look at those scores, and 67 and a 6, 64 and a 6. That's not what you expect on your right-hand pair of lanes.
No, that can't happen. And Maggio with another 10-pin. So the theme continues here. Dominance by Salman and struggles for Rummel.
And the thing that
Cadella strikes on lane 13,
and
a strike for Hicks on lane 16.
What's tough in a sport like bowling is this. First of all, there's no defense. It's not like you can lean on something else when you're not making good shots. Secondly,
Maggio makes the 10-pin.
It's not like you could call a timeout and just stop the match. Yeah, you could talk to guys between frames and things like that, but you can't get your whole team up together and talk to them in the course of a game. It doesn't.
No.
Unlike other team sports.
And a strike for Hightower gives him a double. So a little glimmer of light for the Raiders. Sarah Howell on lane 15. Beautiful shot. So she strikes. Gendron, who's really struggled in this game for Rummel.
Big pickup for Jenkins over on lane 14, picking up the 3, 6, 7, 10.
That's huge. As we scan, we have another Brother Martin bowler that's got the first 8. I think that's Cody Schaefer.
That's Cody Schaefer, exactly.
So we're going to have to.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get a shot on lane 8 when he comes back up. He'll be up in a moment.
The best bowler in the league, and in the state for that matter. Gendron finally spares. McLaughlin strikes for Salman. And look at him. He's got 5 in a row in the 3-hole. Salman's doing it with a team effort.
They are.
He just got everybody contributing.
Yeah. And making shots. Look at Wynn makes the 5-7. Another split pickup.
Just a beautiful job of bowling by Salman in this match to this point. Well on their way to advancing, it would seem. Strike delivered by Cadella. Strike delivered by Maggio for Rummel.
And the thing we can't overlook, I mean, Rummel's still got a lead at 1 and 2. If they flip one of these matches somewhere along the way, it's got to have to
win 4 of these matches because they're going to get killed in total pins.
Right.
So they got to somehow win 4 out of 6 matches to stay in this thing. And there's a nice double delivered by Wynn, so he's back up. And a nice strike thrown here by Hightower. He's got 3 in a row.
3 in a row. Nicely done. There's Schaefer. Gets the wall shot. He's got the front
9 in a row. So we got 9 in a row by the by the best bowler in the state on lane 8.
He'll be up on lane 7 to bowl the 10th frame in just a moment. We'll get you there.
Yeah, we'll focus on that with Cody Schaefer, who's been magnificent for Brother Martin all year long. Best bowler on the best team.
And I don't believe he has a 300 game. I think he might have had one, but it was bowled in an unsanctioned competition perhaps. He might have to check on that, but he may not have one. And obviously, when it's all said and done, he's going to have a lot of honor scores.
No doubt about it.
He's that good.
Another nice spare here by Eric Martin. Major conversion of 5 pins. Hard to make. Another split for Rummel. Now Hunter went on lane 16. He strikes, so Salman continues to control play here in this match, and we await Cody Schaefer being back up for Brother Martin. It's going to be a bit yet because they're going to the 10th frame. And
yeah, the leadoff man is up right now, so we've still got a couple of shots before Schaefer bowls.
And yet another split for Rummel as we watch this match. It's been, I don't know that I've seen a team have this many splits in one match.
No,
and then you combine that with missed spares, and you got a real problem. So that's been the case. We'll let Lenny get situated, and I'll continue to call what's happening here as we scan around. Shaw's in great shape against St. Augustine. They look like they're well on their way to advancing. Salman well on their way to advancing. Brother Martin well on their way to advancing. Holy Cross Jesuit, that's in the balance. We shall see. Again, the 4 winners advance to the regional in Baton Rouge next week from the boys' side. On the girls' side, Cabrini in good shape against Chalmette to become the 3rd girls' team to advance to Baton Rouge next week. And a strike by McLaughlin for Salman. They continue to pile it on here. And another strike for Salman as Jenkins delivers. So the Spartans in total command of this match. And then another split for Rummel.
Wow, 5-7 in the pocket. Just
looking at the pins, this match probably will be over at the end of this game.
It's possible, yeah. It will virtually be. I mean, it may not be a 14-2 situation, but the margin, unless Rummel does something here in the last 3 frames to turn this, the margin could be such that it could be too much to overcome.
Yeah, there's no way.
You'd have to win every match and get total.
Yep.
Which you would get, of course, but you'd have to flip the super total at that point. In reality, you need this to probably be, if you can find a way to get it to 10-6, which is going to be very tough to do.
McLaughlin with a split for Salman. As we await Cody Schaefer coming up in the 10th frame, who's got the front 9.
That's Jonathan Fernandez about to throw his fill ball on lane 8, and then Cody Schaefer will be up next.
Yep.
Meantime, it looks like Alex Dupuy is finishing up. He's bowled a heck of a game as well. He's going to shoot 250, and isn't going to have anything to show for it. As Fernandez will finish up with a 181, and now it'll be all about.
And here we have a 4-bagger for Hightower, so he's one bright spot for Rummel in this particular match. He's clearly going the way of Salman. Dupuy leaves the 4-pin, it appears. He bowled a heck of a game. We'll get the final score for you.
All right, and Cody's just taking his time here. I guess he may let, I don't know if he's, Alex, I believe, is finished. So,
well, they should give him room. He's up on the approach now. So
now who gets
this is Cody Schaefer with the front 9. This is his 10th frame delivery. He got a break and got a strike. Tugged it and struck in the 10th.
That's okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's okay.
You know what? The first one I bowled, that's what happened to me in the 10th frame. I tripped the 6-pin on a bad shot. Once that happened, the next 2 shots were perfect.
Now, when I got up in the 10th frame,
that was on 63 and 64, by the way. It was on 64.
That alone, you deserve a medal for.
Thank you. Yeah, once that happened, the next 2, the 11th and 12th shots were right. Were dead solid, perfect hits. You just get that break like he just did. This is number 11. He's got the front 10. Can he do it? He got the first 11. So Cody Schaefer is 1 strike away from a perfect game for Brother Martin.
And pretty much everything around him has stopped at this point.
Schaefer's got the first 11 strikes. We've already had a $2.99 game shot here by, Brian Arena?
Ryan Arena.
Brian Arena shot $2.99 for Holy Cross, and now Schaefer going for a 300 game. Here is his release. He did it. Cody Schaefer has bowled a perfect 300 game for the Brother Martin Crusaders. A remarkable performance by the best bowler in the state of Louisiana. And congratulations all around. Everybody standing and clapping, and all the teams here. That's what you love to see. But again, when you see that occur, you can't help but be happy for anyone.
No doubt.
But in this case, it's the best bowler in the league.
Yep.
So in the state. And it's the second 300-game shot in this league this year. Jordan Hunter of St. Augustine did it previously, as we mentioned earlier on the webcast. So very impressive stuff. And what a thrill. I got a certain significant other over there watching right now. She's texting me. I'm glad she came. I think she is now.
Yeah.
So,
We'll go get an update on what's going on in some of these other matches as this one finishes up.
There's the announcement of the 300 game, and everybody rightfully applauds. Salman is in total control of this match against Rummel, as they're well on their way to securing a spot next week in Baton Rouge. They're going to win 4 of the 6 matches here, it would appear, and be up 12-4 going to the final match with a huge total pin lead. Rummel would have to bowl a game of the year to pull this one out if there was any chance whatsoever. Totally deflated with the way they performed. And poor Ruben Gendron, he's much better than this. He's just had a very, very difficult time. Look at some of the games being bowled here. You've got in the 3 spot for Salman, DeVere McLaughlin's going to shoot a 200 game, and that's your 3-hole bowler. Again, when you get those kind of team contributions, you're going to win. Hunter Wynn trying to spare here. And he does, so he's got a great chance to shoot 200 now as well. Just needs an 8 count to do so in the 5 spot. Gendron for Rummel on lane 15, able to strike, so he throws a double. It's little consolation with the way things have gone. It's not going his way at all. And a 201 game for Hunter Wynn for Salman, so well done for Wynn. So he's able to get it done. Good shot by Terrence Jenkins, but leaves a 7-pin in the process. And an 8 count for Gendron, who gives him a 128 game. Very disappointing. Now Brandon Wynn loses his balance a little bit. Matters not. He strikes anyway for a double, so he continues to bowl well. And a solid 7-pin left here by Cadella. It's been one of those days for Rummel. They can't get anything going. Maggio had a good first game bowling on lane 15 here. He strikes in the 10th, but well short of what his first effort was. As Brandon Wynn is already in the 220s and could be the 230s here momentarily. And Cadella trying to make a spare is able to do so. He'll win his match again. So Rummel wins at the 1 spot for the second straight game. Brandon Wynn with a really good shot leaves a 9-pin. So good shot by Wynn to leave the 9-pin. And Maggio high. So Wynn will try to finish up here. He'll be 222 or 223. And he's able to convert. So a nice 223 game for Brandon Wynn. As Salman once again sweeps the high pit. They've completely dominated that pit. Lenny and I talked about it before it started. It was going to be a definite advantage to Salman in the 4, 5, and 6 pit, and an advantage to Rummel in the 1, 2, and 3. Well, the advantage in the 4, 5, and 6 has proven way too much for Rummel to overcome, because Salman's gotten enough out of the 1, 2, 3 pit. Remember, they got a 258 game in game 1 from their 2-hole bowler, and a 3-hole bowler is going to shoot 220 in game 2 for them. So when you get that kind of team effort across the board, you're not going to lose.
Right. This is going to be a 12-4 match with
I just said
probably probably close to a 300-pin lead heading into the last game.
Insurmountable.
That's pretty close to it.
That's insurmountable. There's no way.
Yeah.
You'd have to shoot 1,300 to have a chance.
Right.
Just to have a chance.
Well, speaking of, I'm glad you brought up that
Thank
score,
you.
Ken. I'm glad you brought up that score. They had a breakdown on lanes 5 and 6 for a couple of minutes there that has the other part of that match behind. But suddenly in play again, remember this is a state record.
Yeah.
Which we had verified, I guess, we thought was 39-31. It turned out not to be. I believe it was 39-71. I guess I got to go look up and see exactly what it is. But it's in play again. And Brother Martin, I think, is going to leave in their starters and perhaps take a shot at trying to break this state record. I mean, again, you've only got to bowl one match today.
Right.
It's the only match you're going to bowl. You bowled one match last week. You're going to bowl one match today. You got to bowl one match or set yourself up for what's going to happen next Tuesday. So the one extra game is not going to make a lot of difference. And we'll see what they can. We'll see what they can do. Obviously, they're pretty well locked in at this point. The other thing you got to look at is Cody Schaefer's got 547 through the first two games.
Wow.
800's in play for him.
Without a doubt.
247 and 300. So, we'll see how this, we'll see how this third game for Brother Martin plays out with, potentially a state record and,
so much for being sick, right?
So much. Hey, he feels good, I guess. He's, like you say, he missed 3 matches, but, that's. That I think now becomes the subplot here.
And
some
the
of these other
Cross
matches
match still going on in that
game
too.
It looks like they're
that's
about
the one to
finish
focus on at this point because these other matches are over.
Yeah.
They're basically over. So Shaw's going to handle St. Augustine. It's certainly looking that way, looking at the scores right now, as they are winning every match, it appears. So they're going to have that one wrapped up. So Shaw will have that wrapped up with St. Augustine. Salman will pretty much have it wrapped up with Rummel, and Brother Martin will have it wrapped up with Holy Rosary. So then it comes down to Jesuit Holy Cross. Holy Cross won game 1 5-3. So it becomes a matter of what happens in game 2 to set up game 3 to determine what's going to be the case in that match and who is going to advance to the regional round in Baton Rouge next week. So very good performance by Salman, totally dominant here as they win game 2. And they did it by crushing Rummel in the big pit, 600 to 428. And when your best bowlers only combine for 428, you're going to have a rough time. Salman wins that game, 1099 to 945. So they win the game by 154 pins to go at 75 in the first game. So they're up by 229 pins going to game 3. So 229 the margin. Rummel down 12-4. They can only afford to lose one match in game 3 and have any chance to win. They have to win 10 points to win, which means they'd have to win 7-1 and win total pins by more than 229 pins in game 3. Would take a Herculean effort to perform that. Nothing's ever impossible, but it certainly doesn't appear that it's possible here. Salmon's just bowled too well as a team, and they've earned their way to this particular point in time. Spartans in good shape and looking good moving toward game 3 here against Archbishop Rummel. So we scan over to Cabrini and Chappelle, trying to check out what the margin is there. As we speak, we're looking at actually Chalmette looking pretty good in game 2. Having a chance here. They definitely have a shot here. In at least 2 of the 3 matches, they got a lead in the first pit. And in the second pit, moving further right, just checking it out, it is Cabrini up by 2. So that might be about an even game as we speak. We will check that out and get you the information as soon as we can. And Lenny's out scouting to get the other results as we speak, waiting on those so that we can get you updated on what the results are further down here. We're positioned behind lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. They're bowling all the way down, starting on lane 1. So you get the idea that we're a little bit removed from some of the others. We're not close enough to be able to determine everything from this particular vantage point as to what the results are. But we even have binoculars to keep an eye on it, but not possible to keep it to keep it up to date and focused at this point. So we'll see what we can discover. Scanning over there, looking at some of the scores. And Jesuit Holy Cross, well, they're getting toward the end here. They're finished on 1 and 2. That much we can tell you. Waiting on results on 3 and 4. And don't have them yet, so we'll just have to wait to be able to determine what happens over there. And we're trying to see who's on which lane. Looks like Jesuit, the visiting team. And if that's the case, they have won 2 of 3 matches on lanes 1 and 2. Moving over to 3 and 4. They're still bowling. Waiting for that to conclude. Looks like Holy Cross has won the first match there. Jesuit's up in matches 2 and 3. So if that's the case, Jesuit would look to be a 6-2 winner when it concludes, but and which means they would take the lead since they lost game 1 5-3. That would be a very close match. You do the math after 2 games. 9-7 would be the Blue Jays leading that match if the numbers are true based upon what I'm looking at right now, and I think that's accurate. As they've got Greco, who's on a good strike run right now, at least 6 in a row. So he's finishing up. Bowled a heck of a game. Won his match for Jesuit, so we're fixing the binoculars on it to make sure we got everything down.
100 still in play. Would need a 253.
Yeah, 253, and that's going to be tough with an open frame. All right, so we got Trevor Maggio with the first 4 for Rummel here. We'll keep an eye on that and on Hunter Wynn. As mentioned, J.L. Van Gilder making a switch here going into game 3. Just experience as much as anything. He's only got 1 senior on his squad at Rummel. That would be Maggio. Brandon Wynn, when it goes that way, when a ball you miss badly and you strike and you get 4 in a row, you know it's your day.
Yeah.
So he's got the first 4, so does Maggio. That turns out to be a nice matchup to watch in game 3. Nice shot here. So well done on the part of Maharez. So Maharez able to strike, and that gives him a double for Rummel.
Apologize for the technical difficulties. We went away there for a couple of minutes, but now we're back.
Yeah, we took a little break, man. Somebody told us we were entitled, so we did it. I don't know who that was, but we did it anyway. And it's been a rough night for a rough day for Gendron. He's a much better bowler than we've seen. Nice kid. He's going to be fine moving forward next year, too. Cadella comes up high. 3-6-10. And a Brooklyn strike thrown for Salman. Again, when it's your day, things go right for you. When it's not your day, they don't go right. Schaefer, by the way, with a spare in the 4th, so his chances of shooting 700 are disappearing pretty quickly.
He's basically got to go all the way out at this point. But again, this is, they've got a team record.
I said 700, 800.
800, yeah.
I said
he needs them all. He needs them all at this point. He's probably, again, the number that we're keeping an eye on
is 12.
Is 1259 is what the team score needs to be. They've got 27-15 through 2. They shot 1395 the first game, 1320 the second game for a total of 27-15.
Maggio matches Wynn with the first 5, so we've got a developing story here. Both anchormen for Salman and Rummel have 5 in a row. And guess what? There's Wynn to match him, I should say now. Yeah. He's got his 5th in a row, so both have 5 straight to open the game. It's like who blinks first, right?
No doubt.
You gotta like it.
No doubt. And again, keep in mind, at least, from Maggio's perspective, he's got that, he's got that quest to try to
get into singles.
Get in advance in singles.
Nice shot here delivered for Rummel and Hightower.
And Hightower's probably got a chance to be able to advance.
Hightower's had a nice. He's been the one consistent player they've had today. Cadella's won both of his matches at number 1. Hightower's been good for them at number 2. But just not enough otherwise. Maharez as he always does, smiles. Makes his spear and smiles. This is James bowling for Salman now as they've made changes too. Sarah Howell tried to make that. She actually slid it across.
She almost made the 4-6 out of that, which would have been crazy.
Crazy indeed. So there's a strike by Gendron. You got to be happy for him.
And I'm going to see how total fared out there. It looks like Chalmette did win total in this game.
So we'll have to get the numbers on
we'll
through
confirm,
game 2. We'll check it out.
Confirm that, but it looks like a 6-2 win for Chalmette in game 2. We'll go check that out here.
All right, we got a story here. Maggio's got the first 6 for Rummel. So
and Wynn's got the
first 5. So we got lanes 15 and 16. Both the anchormen for Rummel and Salman have the strikes to get it started. 6 in a row for Maggio. 5 in a row for Brandon Wynn, who will look for number 6 here. So and there's a strike for Hightower as he continues to bowl well. He's got a 4-bagger now, bowling in the 3 spot this game. He's been good. And DeVere McLaughlin on 14 strikes for Salman. And here's Brandon Wynn looking for his 6th in a row. He's got it. So power to spare. And 6 straight for both anchor bowlers here in game 3. So a developing story here. And we're going to obviously watch closely to see if we can find some more magic.
Yeah. Meantime, we're going to go confirm some other scores.
Okay. And a nice pitch here by Reggie Majerez, who's on a 2-0 pace right now to shoot 200. And that is, to be specific. Howell chops the 6'10 spare. Tough doings. So, again, Salman well on their way in this match. But the story now becomes the anchor bowlers on both teams with the great starts they've had as Gendron throws a double for Rummel. The pressure's kind of off now, right? That's what happens sometimes. Good shot by Hunter Wynn, but cannot carry the 7-pin on this shot. And now we'll see Maggio up on lane 15. He's got the first 6 strikes. He looks for number 7. Gives his teammate a hand swipe for a mark. And now delivers. He's high. And he will break it up and get 7 in a row. So Maggio with the first 7 for Rummel. He got a break on a high shot there, but he carried it. All smiles coming back and having fun in the process. And a strike for Quinn Cadella on lane 14. Nice shot by him. Rummel's relaxed now. They're bowling better. Isn't it amazing how it works? Pressure's off,
pressure,
right?
Everybody deals with pressure in a different way. And that's as much as, look, it's, you want to simulate pressure in football, right?
Yeah.
What do? You stick the kicker out there to try to kick a 50-yard field goal. Yep. If you miss this, everybody runs laps. Okay? Basketball. If he makes the free throw.
Here's Brandon Wynn. Let's watch this. Oh, he pulled it. Yeah. Tugs it, so that ends his streak at 6 as he leaves the 6-10. But he's still off. He's going to have a very good set.
No doubt. But you can simulate that in a lot of ways. It's hard to do. Just like a lot of it, it's hard to do that in what you do from a bowling perspective. Bowl you have matches and you're getting the opportunity to do that here and there, but in this kind of situation, when it's win and go on, or lose and go home, that's the ultimate pressure. It's one and done. But look, we just spent the last 4 days watching the NCAA basketball tournament. You saw results that and you see it year in, year out, results that you would not expect, but they happen. Why? Because some teams come out relaxed and play the games of their lives, and other teams, can't respond to that pressure.
Both Hunter Wynn and Reggie Majerez leave 10 pins on good shots on lanes 15 and 16, respectively. Everything right in line. Good pitches by both, just unable to carry.
Let's update that girls match, by the way. Cabrini did win the first game 8-0. We're not sure if it was 8-0 7-1, but the total pin difference was only 81 pins. Chalmette won that game 6-2 with an 18-pin difference, so it's now Cabrini with a 10-6 lead and a 63-pin edge in total as we head to game 3.
So that match is in play, no doubt. Both kids missed 10 pins, by the way. on those leaves after they both threw it well. And Brandon Wynn now back up after he threw the first 6 strikes and then a spare. And that one's going to be there, but he rips the 10. Good shot. Gendron for Rummel on lane 16. Tugged it and didn't pay the price, gets 9. And a nice shot for a strike on lane 14 by Terrence Jenkins. He's thrown a lot of strikes in this game. And Rummel's new number 1 bowler has done a nice job in this game. So we'll give you that name here momentarily, but he's done a good job for them coming in off the bench to get an opportunity to participate.
Pretty sure it's Ben Bardwell.
That's not, I don't think, yeah.
Be able to come in there and get a chance. Look, he's been a 140 average bowler. They've split things up at least in a couple of those spots, significantly this year. So.
All right, here's Maggio on 16 with 7 in a row, which is the story at this point. Can he make it 8? Got a chance, but he's too high. So he's not only missed, but he's split. So that ends that. And the story of the day for Rummel, split, split, split. They've had a bunch of those.
See if he can convert here and keep this good game going. It's a tight match at the anchor spot. Finishes with 9 out, so it's a 1-pin match in the anchor position. Maggio 206 through 8. Win with 187 through 7 and a spare up, so that's a 246 pace against a 247 pace.
That's actually a David Verderami for Rummel Bowling.
Getting a chance to bowl.
Verderami's only bowled 4 games this year, but he's getting a chance, and he's doing a nice job contributing.
Good for him.
So Verderami contributing well and well ahead in his match right now, and he's enjoying it in the process and almost struck again. He leaves a 10-pin, but he's given his team a chance. He's got great experience in the process and enjoying it, trying to deliver some ray of light for Rummel in an otherwise dark day for the Raiders. Bright day for the Salmen Spartans. They've looked very good, consistent from the start, and advancing to Baton Rouge next week. So, again, it's going to be the only thing that's left to determine Jesuit Holy Cross, Cabrini Chalmette girls.
We have to check in on that match, which looks like the.
All right, so Cody Schaefer's got a 3-bagger.
But not enough room at this point. He had another spare. 245 is his max, so he can finish up at 792. But again, the goal in mind for Brother Martin is simply to get
that game.
Right. They need 12:59 in this last game.
And I'm looking at their second pit. They're well on pace there. I can't see their first pit numbers.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Maggio comes back with a solid strike after the split, so he's going to have a big game here, and he's got a chance to actually win his match against Brandon Wynn, who's been lights out.
Brother Martin's got a big game going in the number 2 spot.
So they're in good shape.
And possibly in the number 3 spot as well. It was a slow start, but they've got a 3-bagger there. Number 1 can strike out for 182. So it's going to be close. It's going to be very close to see if they can pull this off. I don't know if they have enough room at this point because they're clearly not bowling as well as they did in the first 2 games. But again, they only need 12:59 as opposed to those big scores they shot in the first game. And another strike for Schaefer's got a chance to finish, like we said, at 245.
And Brandon Wynn just struck, and he has a 1-pin lead on Maggio.
Good match going
there. Great match through 8 frames. They're both on 240 paces. And Maggio's saying to himself, what do I have to do to win a point? Shot 213 the first game, didn't get a whiff. And he's well on his way to 230s or 240s here in May lose. But that sums up the afternoon for this match. So we get a look at Jared James for Salman.
Get a correction here or something. Let's see what's going on. Okay, they had put a strike on the board. They just changed it to 9. I don't know if somebody bowled on the wrong lane or what happened, but now we're big game going in the second. Potential for 238, it looks like, or potential for 258 in the second game, and 209 in the bottom.
Strike delivered by Majerez, so he'll win his match for Rummel in the 4 spot against Sarah Howell, who makes her spare on lane 15.
Keep an eye on these games as they go final for Brother Martin. It's a 160 in the 4-hole, which is they're going to have to overcome that. But they've got a chance. They've got a chance because they got a couple of big scores there. So again, the magic number for Brother Martin is 12:59. By the way, before we starting to wind down here, we want to kudos to our WHNO production crew because this is something we've not attempted to take on before with the number of cameras that we've got going today on a live stream in doing this. We've got things going all over the place, experimented with some with tying in some iPhones and things like that. Unfortunately, too many people on their cell phones in here makes it a little bit more difficult for that. But still, trying to cover 5 matches at one time is awfully ambitious. And thanks to them for all their help.
Very much appreciated. Rummel faring much better in Game 3, but just too much of a deficit as Gendron finally found his mark here as he's going to bowl a solid Game 3. Verderami really doing a nice job for Rummel as he's going to contribute nicely to Game 3 and what certainly is going to be a Rummel victory in Game 3, but it's not enough to overcome the deficit that they've had. Rummel wins the match in the first spot. They're up in the 3rd spot. They win in the 5 spot. They're winning in the 6 spot. The 7 spot's a 1-pin game. So Rummel's going to win this one 6-2 or 7-1, but they're just not going to have enough.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to make up that ground. It's just too big of a hole that they dug.
Verderami makes a spare in the 9th. Boy, he's going to have a 180 or 190 game. So
striking the 10th for Brother Martin in that 2 spot. So a chance for that game to get into 250s.
Gendron wraps a 10-pin, so he bowls 197 for Rummel. Wins his match.
And look, Alex Dupuy, he's bowling across from Cody Schaefer, which has been tough. But guess what? He's done. Great. Yeah, he's going to bowl a 700. There's going to be a few 700 sets.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's a higher scoring end of the house. Here's Schaefer for Brother Martin, and he rips the rack.
Yep. He's going to finish on the wall. Yeah, that's going to end up being
Maggio,
a 790.
Look at this match. Maggio strikes. They're both in the high 250s right now, but it's a 1-pin lead for Wynn. So this is pretty special here. Look at this match. This is Wynn, and he's up by 1 pin on a double in the 11th frame. Lets it fly and leaves a 9 count. So watch this one. Maggio can strike to win. If he doesn't, he loses. Here it is. And he left it short. So a victory for Wynn over Maggio is going to win by
2 pins.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-pin match.
We're going to swing over with that wrapping up. Let's swing over towards lane 7 if we can. And let's get the finish there, actually lane 5, and let's see how this actually finishes up.
So Schaefer shot 245
for 792, by by the way.
All right,
and let's see what.
Let me go get the total.
I've got them here. Let's check my totals. They need a 225 in the top spot or in that last spot to get to. They're not going to get the 4,000, but this shot would give them the record right here. Here's what it comes down to: a strike can give them the record.
I wonder if they
on lane 5. I'm sure they do. Oh, I guarantee you they know it. They knew it by a pin last time. They know it right now. The shot on lane 5, and that would be Hunter Dunn bowling in the 3 spot.
And there it is right here. He struck. I believe he struck.
I believe he did as well. And let's see.
We'll double check that though. It's at a distance, but we'll make sure we confirm that.
The screen's just blanked out.
Okay,
they're going to have that. They just somehow.
Oh God.
I think the scores are there. They just got to bring up the recap. But I'm pretty sure that was a 209, and if that's the case, I think that was enough.
Well, we'll double check that to make sure because there's obviously a story.
I'm going to head down there.
Lenny's going to head down there, and he's going to have a story for us at SportsNOLA on this, and try to interview maybe Cody Schaefer too to get some comments on what he was able to do. So I think they've shot the record here. Meanwhile, we're wrapping up this match between Rummel and Salman. Salman's going to win the match unquestionably, as they win 2 out of 3 matches on lanes 15 and 16. Rummel's going to win this game 6-2, but that's going to leave them way short in the final analysis. And Salman will win the match 17-10. Will be the final tally in this match. Salman will advance by virtue of this victory over Rummel, and they were the better team from the start here this afternoon. Rummel made a run in game 3 and bowled much better. Like they were more capable of bowling, but just couldn't close the deal here, couldn't get it done this afternoon. So a nice season for the Rummel Raiders comes to an end. Same is true for Holy Rosary and for St. Augustine here in this round, all coming up just a bit short. Again, the story of this game here was a 256 for Brandon Wynn against a 253 for Rummel's Trevor Maggio, and a really good match between those two as they went at it head-to-head and just gave each other everything. Great match, really exciting, entertaining to watch those two combat each other, and it was a great set for Brandon Wynn. He just bowled outstanding from start to finish here this afternoon. Quality effort on the part of Wynn. Still waiting on the girls, Chalmette and Cabrini to be decided, and on the boys, Jesuit and Holy Cross yet to be decided as well. And once those finals come in, we'll know who's advancing next week. It was Jesuit and edge 9-7 going to game 3, and it was Cabrini with an edge 10-6 over Chalmette going to game 3. As this match is just concluding, and as mentioned, Rummel wins the game 3 6-2, but just not enough as they fall 17-10. Salman avenges an earlier season loss to Rummel with this victory. Congratulations to the Spartans. Well-deserved win. And arguably, they've been the second best team. Shaw right there in that mix. Shaw's advancing as they've beaten St. Augustine. And look good in the process, as we knew they would. And then, of course, with the respect to Brother Martin, everybody's chasing them. It's going to be quite a task for anybody in the state of Louisiana to be able to catch Brother Martin with the way they bowl.
Yeah, not a state record, but a school record, 39-58. It was 12-43 in the last game.
So they came up just short.
Just short by, what do we figure, 15 pins. 39-73 was the magic number. They finished with 39-58. So let's update you on what is going on here. Holy Cross and Jesuit,
yes,
they had a lane problem on 3 and 4. They are finished on 1 and 2. Holy Cross won 2 of the 3 matches with a 53-pin edge, so that puts them up by 71 pins and now makes it 10-9 Jesuit. Jesuit has a lead on lanes 3 and 4 in terms of total, so this is going to go right down to the wire.
Scott Williams here as well from Brother Martin, another outstanding friend and great athletic director. So they did a great job here this afternoon as well.
We're going to try and get Cody Schaefer to come by here in a minute, right after the team gets together there quickly.
See if we can get him on video, get him on the website, because I think that what he did this afternoon was very much deserving of that, what his team accomplished as well.
And he has bowled 300, but it's his first sanctioned 300.
First sanctioned 300, okay, so there you go.
Of many.
I think he'll have a few more.
Yeah, I think so.
Aside from the fact that his game is really good, Ken Trahan, Lenny Van Gilder, by the way, is the fact that Cody Schaefer's demeanor is such that he doesn't have ups and downs. He reacts pretty much the same way. He's not emotional at all. Or if he is, he surely doesn't show it.
No, not at all.
And to me, those guys are the ones that have a chance to sustain themselves. Now, if you look at the PBA Tour, you always think about the guys. You think about Mark Roth versus Marshall Holman. Mark Roth was calm as could be. Marshall Holman was as eccentric and ecstatic and as crazy as you could get at times. And then in modern days, Pete Weber, Walter Ray Williams, a similar dynamic. One guy calm, the other guy
Rash, Jason Del Monte would feuding. Yeah,
they get after each other. That creates interest in the game.
Yeah,
and then on the, to be fair, when you talk about left-handers, Mike McGrath was a calm guy. Dave Davis was pretty well calm. Johnny Petraglia was pretty calm. Parker Bone was pretty calm. I mean, when you think about the great ones from that side, Steve Cook was very calm. Mike Albee, very calm. What is it about left-handers?
We're calm.
You're calm.
Nothing phases us.
What's up with that, man?
I don't know.
It's all the right-handers that are the wild men, huh?
I don't know.
So we're waiting now for the girls' match. Has still got a ways to go. They're just in the 7th frame.
Right.
And again,
like we said, Shaw wrapping up here. They've got the 10th frame on there on the second pair to finish up. We get a final score here from this one. It looks like Rummel. What did Rummel win here in this last game?
6-2. Rummel won 6-2. So 17-10. I already mentioned.
Okay, 17-10 the final here.
Yeah.
And look, it's and again, that could be deceiving. We saw, what did we see earlier? What did it end up? It ended up 20-7, and it was nip and tuck.
Yeah, much
and
closer.
it was nothing
and
like
this wasn't as close.
Yeah,
and yet the numbers were. But that's what happens when you have match play in individual games. But this year was a definitive improvement for Rummel's program, which had won 2 straight state championships in 2012 and 2013. Lost those bowlers and really had to start over, and they've really done a nice job of rebuilding their program. St. Augustine with Jordan Hunter, as long as they got him, they're always going to be competitive. He's a brilliant bowler and he's had a really good year.
Right. Finishing up his set right now. He'll win his match. We'll see how he finishes up. But
he's going to be in a 200s, but he just
had a 276 opening game, and look, he will certainly advance in singles, although his team will not. And I would think he is a big threat to win the individual state championship.
And the same is true of Alex Dupuy, because he keeps everything in line. Yeah. If the condition's tougher, he will flourish because he keeps everything in line and throws the ball hard.
Yeah. And look, that's the thing. There is great depth in terms of the different teams that are here, in terms of who's got, in the bottom of their lineup. They've got some really solid bowlers. So even the teams that are not advancing will have great opportunities to do some things. And, of course, you got the bi-regional before you got to go to the state championship. So you've got to bowl well twice, whether you're doing it as a team or you're doing it as an individual, beyond today. You've got that next step, and once everybody's established, then we'll get the seedings. No doubt Brother Martin will be top-seeded. They win again here, 13-0 on the season now. That's going to be 47 matches in a row. By the way, the final score 24.5 to 2.5 in their match. But just an extraordinary effort that they hung the score that they hung here today. And look, you can talk about how teams deal with pressure or whatever. Obviously, it's a win-or-go-home situation for everyone. And for them to go out and bowl like they did out of the box in that kind of situation today and dominate in the fashion that they did, says a lot for Bruce Himbert's team.
It certainly does, because they've been consistent performers from start to finish, and their game will play anywhere. So they'll take it to Baton Rouge and bowl there next week, and they certainly will do well. Now, they've taken their game on the road a few times already this year to get that experience, and it's been beneficial to them. So I find it very difficult to find that anyone will have a chance to knock off Brother Martin. Catholic's the best team in Baton Rouge.
And obviously, Vanderbilt
Catholic is a good team from the Bayou. And all two-handers, by the way. But from the standpoint of consistency and top-to-bottom lineup, somebody's going to have to raise its level, and Brother Martin will have to lower its level for them not to repeat again this year.
No question about that. It's going to take someone. It's like, look, the analogies we made, whether it was a UConn women's basketball or, some of the other teams that have dominated. You're going to get people's best shots when they come at you. If you're not at your best, there's always a chance that somebody can go and look. Salman when they took on Rummel or took on Brother Martin last week, it was 6-2 after the end of the first game.
Now we got a birthday going on over here.
Quinn Cadella's birthday.
And where's mine? I didn't get my cake or my muffin or something, man. And I know the family. What's up with that, man?
There you go.
Ned Cadella coached me. Was one of my earliest coaches in baseball. Great guy, and I really appreciated Ned and wonderful family. And then his son Greg and I were friends growing up, and now the legacy of that family remaining. Casey Cadella, admissions director at Rummel, and Quinn Cadella bowling for them admirably. Yep. So nice family there to be certain. So many stories here. We're trying to get the final on Jesuit Holy Cross.
Yeah, they are still. They're getting late over there. I'm going to see if we can get us a guest in the meantime. Perhaps the Salman coach Chris Floyd, if he wants to come over and just speak quickly about his team's performance.
I'll see if I can go get you Cody as well.
Okay.
Let me see. Chris is over here talking. I'll try to line him up for you, and I'll see if I can go run and get Cody. So we'll try to get Coach Floyd to come join us here, and then we'll go try to run up Cody Schaefer for you. And
sure.
And get that done.
Get ready to put a bow on this thing as the matches are wrapping up.
Yeah.
And look, great atmosphere that we had here today. And we talked. This is special because you're bringing all of these schools under one roof to bowl all these matches. You've got 10 schools competing in a 20-lane space here, and it's a great atmosphere. No question about it.
All right. Well, we got Coach Floyd with us now. Chris Floyd from Salman joining us now. Chris, congratulations. Kids came out and just took it to them in the first game, and I thought that set the tone for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, they bowled real well. They jumped out early.
Yeah, they did a really good job, and no doubt that this team was was ready to roll. Look, you've had a good season from start to finish. You had to bowl them first match of the year at a different house and tougher scoring, and you came out on the short end that time around. Different scoring conditions here, and your team flourished.
Yeah, definitely. The first match of the season over at Westside, we beat them head-to-head, but we lost total pins. Today, the kids were determined not to let that happen. So.
A lot of contributions. When you get a 258 from Terrence Jenkins in the first game, that kind of set the tone, didn't it?
Oh, definitely. From the 2 spot, when he can jump out that early and give us the lead, it helped out a lot.
And then, of course, Brandon Wynn was just outstanding from start to finish. Yeah. But that's been the case all year long.
It has. He's definitely been a strong anchor for us. We're going to miss him when he leaves next year. He is our senior, but we got some good kids right behind him that carry their load.
In 2 years, what you guys have been able to do, and we were talking about it with the Chappelle girls earlier and what they've done in their first year, but to get in a position where you're being this competitive this quickly in an emerging sport like bowling says a lot for what you guys have been able to do at Salman.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but again, it's all the kids. I mean, they have good talent come out, they put in the extra effort, they bowl on Saturday mornings, and they're constantly practicing.
So you move on to Baton Rouge from here, and you'll wait to see what your matchup is, but you don't mind. You're just happy to be there, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy the kids performed and get to move on.
Makes the drive back to Slidell rather nice, doesn't it?
It will.
Coach Chris Florida, Salman, listen, congratulations on an outstanding performance here this afternoon. Nothing but the best of the Spartans in Baton Rouge next week.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You got it, Coach. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's Coach Chris Florida. Salman, what a performance by the Spartans here this afternoon as they get it done 17-10 over Rummel. We'll see if we can get Cody Schaefer over here.
He's making his way over
here, so we'll get him over here now and get him in here so we can get him entertained. There we go. Grab the microphone. So Cody Schaefer, who shot 300 today, 245. What happened to you? You really lost it, man. I was so disappointed in you the third game, man.
What happened?
Congratulations to you. I'm sure you see 800 in your sights. That's always, as a bowler, as we are, it's a tangible goal. Anytime you get within reach, that thought enters your mind. First you think 700, then you shoot a big game and you say, you know what, what's it going to take? I'm sure you were realizing that you had an outside shot at that, right?
Nerves were starting to kick in.
It did, huh? You split in the first frame? Is that happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Baby split.
Yeah, baby split.
So take us through the 10th frame of game 2 and just what's going through your head at that point. I mean, obviously the game's in hand. Basically at that point the match is in hand. Talk about your focus and trying to finish it off.
Naturally, my hand was a little bit sweaty, so I needed some air on my hand, and it ended up I wasn't able to feel my hand. So that's why on my first shot it was just so slow, and I got a Brooklyn. So I was like, okay, I'll take that. And then second shot, I didn't put that much air, so I could actually feel my hand and threw a good shot. And the last shot, I was feeling pretty good.
Well, it's really interesting when to get that, and that wasn't your first 300. You've had one, I know, that wasn't sanctioned, but I remember when I shot my first one here in this house, it was on 63 and 64, which nobody feels you can shoot that well on, but I was fortunate. But I did the same thing in the 10th frame, threw a terrible shot, crossed over, tripped the 6-pin. When that happened, you kind of knew it was going to happen. I came back and threw the next 2 perfect, and that's sort of what happened with you here.
Yeah.
But my point is, when you get a break, that's what it takes sometimes, right?
You need some. You need some to bowl 300.
Sure.
And then your team effort today. You guys come very close, once again, to an all-time state record. You'd love to get that. One of these days you probably will, the way you guys are going. Yep. That said, this was a total team effort, as it has been all year long.
Yep, we got really close again. Hopefully we can do it at some point this year. We just keep getting really close. And
we asked Coach Himbert about this during the earlier match before you guys started. Do you feel like when you're taking on other teams with the win streak you have and the reputation that you guys have built, you're getting everyone's best shot every time you go on the lanes?
Oh yeah, I try my hardest every time. Give a good show.
But the other team is bringing. What do you feel like? You feel like they're getting extra hyped up to be able to bowl against you guys, knowing they've got a shot to take down.
Everyone wants to take down the defending champs.
So away it goes. So now you go to Baton Rouge next week. Been there, done that. You've seen it. You were part of it last year. You got a chance to bowl some. Now you're bowling anchor, and you know what the goal is, obviously. And you've seen you've seen some of the other teams in the state. You haven't. You know Vanderbilt Catholic, obviously. You won't see them next week, but down the road, Catholic you've seen previous this year.
Yep.
So I'm sure there's some other teams out there that are going to give you guys a test.
Oh yeah.
But you're ready for it.
Yeah, we always have a lot of competition in the playoffs. It's going to be fun, though.
By the way, his older brother's left-handed, okay?
That's a good
and he can't bowl, all right?
Oh.
CJ can't bowl, right?
Oh, no.
No, he can't bowl, man. It's no good.
No.
And he's left-handed. I just want to let you know
that's a
that.
good
So
thing. That's
all
at least,
good,
at least he's left-handed.
But Dad's a right-hander, and he can bowl, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, we
No,
stick
I
together,
saw that.
man.
Hey, you guys.
It's all good.
All right.
Cody,
Congratulations. Great
job
shooting.
here. Well done. Cody Schaefer bowled a 300 here this afternoon.
$792. Just
basic
nothing,
$792.
Nothing to it. He hadn't bowled in a couple of weeks. What Coach Himbert said, he shot $740 on Saturday. Comes out, shoots $792 today. And all part of, like you say, 39.58 team set, just 15 pins short of the state record of 39.73, which you got to think one of these days, as good as this team is, that's going to come down.
You got to think so, right?
4,000's not out of reach at some point. It's going to come when they least expect it. It may be 1,400 in the last game to shoot 4,000. We'll see how that goes.
No doubt. I mean, listen, very impressive performance. If you want to go run and check out Jesuit Holy Cross.
That's exactly what I'm going to go do.
And when
go
you do that,
why
don't you send Denise Vidros over here, and I'll talk to Denise.
Okay.
She coordinates this league.
Right,
does a great job. So we'll try to get Denise on while Lenny goes and checks on what's happening with Jesuit Holy Cross, and then we'll also try to get you the Cabrini final with Chalmette here coming up shortly. So we'll do that, and we're sticking right with you here as we continue on from AMF All Star Lanes in Kenner, where the regional representatives have been represented, have gotten it done. And they moved on with a solid performance here this afternoon. And Archbishop Shaw was one of those. Obviously, the case is true as well for the Brother Martin Crusaders and the Salman Spartans on the boys' side. On the girls' side, it was a good job by Academy of Our Lady and by Archbishop Chappelle earlier as they both advanced. And right now in the balance, it is Cabrini and Chalmette trying to decide who gets the final spot in the regional. We're trying to check out the scores right now and give you some sort of update as to who may be that team that becomes the final team to advance. Working on that right now. Let's see what we got here. That would be a win at one. They've split two matches. Cabrini's going to win the third match. So they're going to win Pit 1 2-1. And they had a 10-6 lead coming in as we check out the second pit. The higher-end bowlers, we'll see what the margin is there. So let's see if we can check that out as the scores again are. They slowly come in, so we wait to try to get the margin on that. And okay, so Cabrini wins match number 3, and match number 4 they're ahead in, and match number 5 they're ahead in. So it looks like Cabrini's going to advance as expected. That is not a surprise that they would get in based on their seed. They were the third seed coming in, and it looks like the top 3 seeds are going to advance as a result of their performances here today. We'll see if we can get Denise in here. Come on around, Denise. Come on over here. Come on over here. We'll get you in here. There she is. We'll put the headphone on her and get you seated here. And you're going to do really well, because I'm going to make it really easy on you, and we're going to get you situated there. And we're going to be visiting here for a moment with Denise Vidros, who not only is the head coach for Archbishop Shaw, but she does a wonderful job of coordinating this league each and every year. It's a thankless job. It's a lot of work. We appreciate it, getting all the results and numbers, and make sure we publicize it every chance we get. First and foremost, I want to thank you and congratulate you on the job you do in making this league happen.
Thank you. I do it for the kids.
Yeah, it's a labor of love, isn't it?
It is. It's great to see the kids be successful. Very happy for Cody Schaefer. You know, I grew up with his mom and best friends with his mom and dad, and just to see him bowl a 300 was very exciting.
Well, they're two of our closest friends, too, live right around the block. And I grew up with Craig, too, so very happy for them. As far as your team's concerned, a good performance by the Shaw Eagles here today, but that's no surprise either. They've been consistent all year long, and I think it's a team that's really come together. And the fact that you bowled in a tougher condition much of the year at Westside Bowl, I think probably is going to help you moving forward.
I hope so. We did struggle at first. Westside lanes was brand new. We did have to get used to those lanes, but we came back to AMF and finished up at AMF, and this is like our second home anyway. And the boys did. They did very well their last 3 matches here. Bowled their highest, series this season. So they're moving on, and they had several 200 games today. Did very well.
Yeah, I know. I saw Dylan Chesterman shot a big game and bowl well. Matthew Collins, I know, had a big game for you.
Yes, both of them. Yeah, Matthew Collins was a 259. Dylan was a 254, but then he shot a 679 series.
Outstanding. Quentin Boley was bowling well for you?
Yes, he did too.
So, again, but it's been that kind of year for you. You've gotten a contribution across the board. from your team, and I think that's going to serve you very well moving forward. I mean, everybody knows Brother Martin is the best team, not only here but in the state. But from the standpoint of what's next, your team's got to be in the conversation.
Yeah, I think so. Like I keep telling my team all the time, any team can win on any given day. You just have to go out there and you have to want it more than the other team. You practice, you make your spares, you get the strikes when you can, and you just stay focused on that. So they're excited.
One of the legacies of this sport is that it's a family sport. You talk about the Schaefers, lifelong bowlers, my family, lifelong bowlers, your family.
Yes.
Lifelong bowlers, your husband, your family. It's a sport that just runs through families, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. My husband still bowls. Both of my sons still bowl. My younger son is up at LSU, and he's bowling with LSU and bowling in leagues up there. So it does. It runs in the family. Bruce, we bowled against Bruce when he was in high school as well. Me, my husband, Bruce, Craig, Pam, all of us.
The whole bunch.
So, yeah, it's a family sport.
It sticks with you.
Yes.
Obviously, you guys have been down this road before. What can you take from previous trips in advancing this far in the tournament and use with this team as you head to Baton Rouge next week?
They have to focus on their spares. They really do. They need to practice, get out and practice the rest of this week, whatever we can, and focus on picking up the spares. We don't know who we're going to meet in Baton Rouge. I think we're pretty strong, but I know that they have some strong teams in Baton Rouge also. So they need to stay consistent. They need to stay focused, and they need to work on their spares. That's the biggest thing.
And let's update. By the way, seeds completely held. Holy Cross defeats Jesuit 15-12. Wins total pins by 50. It would ended up being that close that it came down to total pins.
I figured that was going to be a very close match.
And then Cabrini won 7 of 8 points plus total at the end. They end up beating Chalmette 20-7. So top 4 seeds on the boys' side, top 3 seeds on the girls' side will advance. We didn't have to come do this. We could have just.
That's right. We just say here's the top 7 teams. Let's go.
All that and let's head on to Baton Rouge. Denise, best of luck to you and your team.
You.
Outstanding bowling today. And look forward to seeing what happens the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. Great job.
That's
Denise Vidros, not only the coach at Shaw, but also coordinates this league and does a great job. Lenny, as we wrap things up, obviously it was a pleasure bringing this to the people today and showing them what bowling's all about, and got to be part of a 300 game and some tremendous performances here this afternoon by some really good bowlers in a sport that frankly deserves the attention that we try to give it, and hopefully that will continue down the road.
Obviously we see the type of sport that it is. We've come up in it. We understand how competitive it can be. Hopefully today in this afternoon of coverage, we're able to kind of capture some of the excitement that goes on out there. When you see the young men and the young ladies start stringing strikes. We had a 300 game. We had a 299 game. We had a 792 series. A couple of other 700 series that got bowled out there today. It was an outstanding effort all the way around, and some really good bowling. Like we said, form held. The seeds held up, and we'll see what these guys go on and young ladies go on and do in Baton Rouge next week.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Lenny. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Want to thank Adam Bryant, Andrew Alvarez, and the other Adam.
Adam Bandera. We had the whole team out here today.
We had the 2 Adams. We got
the camera.
We got the camera. We got Andrew. We got everybody, and we had a great show here. So it's been a pleasure bringing it to you. And stay tuned to SportsNOLA.com for information on the regional next week in Baton Rouge. For Lenny, I'm Kenny. Way to go, Andrew. Until next time, thanks for joining us. Thanks to First NBC Bank for their continuing support and allowing us to bring this to you. And until next time, God bless you one and all. So long for just a while.